Hey guys. Let me I didn't mean to go live right this second. I didn't realize I turned it on. But I was like, well, just pretty much forced myself to go live. I guess that's a good thing because hey guys. Hey Katie, Green Thumb. Hey Tanya. Hey Georgette. So yeah, I didn't mean to hit that I was going live. So, which, like I said, is probably a good thing because I would have kept putting it off, kept putting it off, kept putting it off, and then I would have never ended up live like I've been every day. Hey, we're all mad. Hey, Fonda. Hey, Tabby. Thank you, Stephanie. Hey, Hawaii Dreaming. It's so good to see you guys. I kept telling myself I was going to go live every day. Well, for the last few days at least. And then I just never end up doing it. Hey, Barbie. Hey, Blue Eyes. Hey, Red. Hey, Quinny. Aw, thank you, CT. Oh, it's Jinjin. Oh my gosh, when you guys change your names, it's so confusing. Better pull up my dress. I swear on one of my lives when I had my camera on, I had this long like maxi dress on, and they were saying, or people were saying that I needed to pull it up, that I was trying to be sexy. I was like, are you kidding me? Oh, I just found it funny. Hey, Cuckoo Bee. That it does fit better. That's for sure. Oh, thank you, Lady CG. Hey, Swamp Beast. Thanks for coming in. Hey, Jamie. Sorry if I missed anybody. Hey, Wendy. I see you. What's going down? I missed you guys too. Like, seriously. I've never been off for that long. The most I missed in a row before was like 3 days. And I think, what, did I miss like 5 days in a row this time? Oh, thank you, Brenda and Candace, Georgette. I got this. Is Stormy here? I think she's the one who got me this. Hey, May. Oh, thanks. Hey, J. Marie. Thank you, guys. Oh, yeah, blue is, yeah, I would say blue is probably my color for sure. Oh, thank you, guys. School is going all right. I think I drank too much caffeine. Yeah, I think this is from Stormy. If I'm wrong, please correct me because I'll feel bad. But hey, Coolest Mom. Hey, Rue. Vestiges. Mama Steph. Sorry, I got lipstick on mine. So, hey, Joy. We are still doing the giveaway this Wednesday. No matter, I'm going to do it no matter what. I'll just make sure to put that like I have on the post. You have to be a subscriber a month or more, of course. And no purchase is necessary. You don't have to be a member, and YouTube is not affiliated with it. I guess I have to say that. Nobody else in the history of giveaways has ever had to do this stuff that I have, but you know, there's always an exception to the rules for me. Athena is getting big. Maybe I'll bring her in here a little bit. I have the gate up to keep her in the other part of the house. She's in there with my daughter in her room. Thank you, Wendy, for sharing that with Summer. This game, what game is that, Mama Steph? Hey, USMC wife. You're resorting to listening to very questionable creators. I would hate to do that to you. Just maybe I'll put in Discord. I don't know if anybody's put in Discord that I'm live. Just in case people are saying they don't get notifications. Okay, so what I decided as far as like the mod thing, that just in case, which is going to be definitely an expensive move for me, but that's okay because you guys deserve it. I'm going to do a separate giveaway for just mods like the next day or the day after. I'd like all the mods to be able to be there though, but I know that's not going to be able to happen. Just so nobody can say anything. And it's going to be just as good. And I'll do first, second, and third also. Oh, thank you, Carrie. Carrie and Carrie. Carrie squared. Oh, well. Thank you, Rhonda. It's not, of course, it's open to anybody, no matter where you live. So that's what can get expensive. So we will see how that goes. Shipping first prize to Europe would probably be a couple $100s. I'm not even joking. I'm not joking because I used to ship to Northern Ireland all the time, and sometimes still do, but not as much. This lady who buys off me all the time, or used to, and when I was like selling more frequently, but I haven't been focusing on that as much. But anyways, it would be for up to 5 pounds. That was like 50. It's got to be more than that. $50 or up to 4 pounds, $50. I don't know. We'll just cross that bridge when I get there. So, hey, Dee Dee. Is it true that you have to send out tax form for values of 600 or more? I don't know. It would be up to the person who won it to take care of the taxes. That's I'm not even, I haven't even done the retail, figured out the retail value of everything. Hey, Amara. Hey, Confused. It might be less than it might be less than 600. I doubt it. But yeah, if that's up to that's the responsibility of the winner, I would think, right? Thank you, Hakuna, for saying you love my earrings. I saw your message from over here. No, thank you, Self-Righteous. Daughter spent the day at the hospital and has a surgeon in the morning. Oh, no, that's... Oh, thank you, Leggett. Do you not want me to say your new name? Oh, never mind. It says don't say it. Okay. See, I feel so bad because there's so many people who are not wanting to be attacked. And so they're like changing their names or they're not talking because people are just attacking subscribers for being in here, which is really silly and ridiculous. But right, Marlena? Well, I wish there was too, but I wish there was a way for me to add specific people to the live. Like, you know what I mean? We're only people who... I don't think there's a way to do that. I mean, I could put it on subscribers of 1 month or more, of course. It will be fine. There's it won't let me type in specific names, and that would take a long time. But if I just put it on subscribers or a month or more, it'll be fine. It's fine, guys. I've realized, no matter what I do or say or prove or, whatever, it doesn't matter. It's never going to be good enough. So it's very pointless for me to walk on eggshells. I mean, hell, me even being gone for freaking damn near a week didn't even work. Like, people, I mean, come on. I know, Marlena. Hey, Jennifer. Oh, thank you, Angie. She said, glad to see you, Ziggy. Hope all is good. Thank you so much, Angie. Look what I just got in. Any ladies here like Pat McGrath? Look at all these. I don't know if you guys... Okay, I heard somebody saying, oh, that's not high-end makeup. High-end makeup is Dior or Chanel. No. Wrong again. Chanel Dior is luxury makeup, not high-end makeup. Okay? I think I know. I've been selling makeup for a very, very long time. But Pat McGrath would probably be considered luxury. And it is extremely expensive and ridiculous. But I got a whole bunch of lipsticks. And let me show you how beautiful these are. Like let me see if I can, I don't know why. What is that? They put some kind of weird sticker. That's weird. I wonder why they did that. Never see them do that before. They're covering something up with like a sticker right here. I wonder if they got in trouble. Maybe that's why these were on sale for so cheap. Maybe they got in trouble with something and had to, I don't know. But it's very luxurious. Their lipsticks are the best. Anyways, so yeah, for these lipsticks, it was really, I mean, compared to how much they usually are, I think they're at least $40 each. Might be a little bit more than that. I think it's 40 as a retail. But for Pat McGrath, yeah, I got them cheap. $14 each. It's very, Pat McGrath has really beautiful packaging. I have some other things. I have a palette in there too somewhere. I was searching for it. Like, gosh, it's such a mess. I have so much stuff. Like, aw, thank you, R for Life. She said, you look really very pretty tonight. I hope you are feeling happier and stronger. Take care of yourself, sweet self. That is so nice. Thank you, guys. Oh, no. Did I miss a member? I'm late, but here and this says 2 months on my end. Well, I know. I guess it's been doing that, Sassy, for some reason. I've heard of that complaint a lot, that people are saying, oh, it only says I've been a member for this long, and I've actually been, but it actually on my end, it shows 4 months. So that's still, I know. Quinny, I got your email. I'll respond later. I don't have very many foundations. I have foundations are kind of, they have to be a person's shade and stuff. So sometimes like I only have I have Perlice. They're like BB creams and CC creams. Okay. Thank you, Angie. It's Mel D. It says 4 months on this end. I definitely have a lot of lip products, so that is for sure. I have, and Ulta is no longer selling Cover FX. So if you just so you know. So I bought some of that too. I've got, these are a foundation, but they're only in one shade because of course they're like selling out because they're so cheap because they're no longer carrying Cover FX. So this is like a medium shade with pink undertones. Lazy Boy Fund. Thank you, Lady CG. Mine says 1-2. YouTube lies. Well, on this end, it says 5 months, Scotty. And thank you guys so much for being here. I know that I haven't been here for a while. And, you know, I expect that there might not be that many people here because everybody's used to me not being around the last week. Oh, thank you, Sherry. I didn't go anywhere. What other undertones are there? Like, well, cool, warm, and neutral. Cool would be like the pinkish undertones. Warm would be like yellowish. Oh, thank you, Blanca. 5 months. Neutral, I guess, would be a mix of both. I would say myself is there's a way to tell. I'm not good at it. It has something to do with your vein colors when you look. I think I always get pink undertones or neutral if they. Oh, there you are, Leggett, under your real name. Oh, well, that's nice of you, Jody. That's also like if you would like to, if somebody like that wins, you don't have to participate, you have to be there. So, and you have to, you know, it wouldn't be just those I don't know exactly how I'm going to do it yet, if it's going to be questions or what, or if it's just going to be like, guess this number and then I'll have a number written down. You'll see me write it down. So there's no, you know, nobody think, and then, you know, everybody guesses the closest one or something like that. And then there's a tie. We'll do it again, you know, something like that. But you don't have to participate. Like you don't have to answer the question or whatever if you don't want to win. But if you do win and it's not something you would use or you would like to, you know, send it to somebody else, that is fine. You can pick somebody. Oh, thank you. My daughter from another mother. Thank you. Girly girl. Yeah. Pat McGrath. Is that what you're talking about? I have like a couple shades just of their liquid lipsticks. But you know, I plan on doing so we're going to do a sale next week on the backup channel. I know I've been talking about that for months, but that's what we're really going to do that. And I'm going to look into the rules on that with YouTube just to make sure, you know, because I'm sure people, for some reason, like they want to crap on a good thing, you know, it's supposed to be something good. Read your other comments. It says LA. Do you mean on do you mean am I missing them? Well, I'm gonna have a sale, Rainbow Things. You guys are gonna die when you see how much freaking stuff I have. Hey, Raina. I'm going. Oh, hey, Sister Knives. I'm scrolling back to see. Yeah, read my first three. I never left you. Aw, thank you, Leggett. That's probably Quinny. I think BB. Well, yeah, BB creams or CC creams are not going to be like the best coverage, but here in a second, we'll move on to talk a little bit about, well, not really developments in the Summer Wells case, because according to the detective or the officer, he says, Officer Pruitt says that, oh, it's, nothing different since the beginning of the case. Oh, I'm sure I have waterproof eyeliner. I have all kinds of stuff. But so we'll do that sale the next Wednesday, next week. And I'll just be, holding up stuff and be like, and it will be definitely the, I would say it's going to be at least half off retail, but a lot of stuff's probably going to be even way more than that off, depending on what it is and how popular it is, But I just hold stuff up and I'd be like, oh, I have, so many of these and whatever. And I always do cheaper than any price I can find online. You can't always go by eBay and stuff because there's a lot of fakes on eBay and Macari and stuff like that. It, so popular brands, you have to be careful. I never knew that up until, I started selling makeup that there was fake stuff. I don't see, Leggett, I'm not seeing your, I am on my other phone. These people are welcome to, oh, and thank you guys all for the super chats and thank you for welcoming me back. A private Zoom. I could do that. Like I could drop a link in the chat here or something. I don't know. Yeah, the tax stuff is the winner's responsibility. And it's, really, I don't even know if you can really say, like, I don't know how you would, I guess, would they go by retail or what I paid for it? Because who knows what I paid for it? I can't remember on everything how much I paid for it. Yeah, I have skincare and stuff like that. Oh, thank you, All Nighter. So the rules of the giveaway are just you have to be a subscriber of a month or more. And if for some reason you had to unsub and sub back up, and I know there's going to be a way you could participate too. I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to do that yet, but I know Raina is one, and there was one other person. But anybody I'll wait like a few minutes, and then anybody who's having trouble can email me. But if I don't recognize the username, I'm probably not gonna make an exception. However, thank you, Heidi. This is a good red, Quinny. This is from the Smash. I do have several of these, but because I got them and I usually don't keep stuff myself. This is the Suicide Squad Smash Box. It has a liner, liquid, just travel size liquid lipstick, travel size black liner, and this right here is actually black liquid eyeshadow, or cream shadow, but it's good for a base. Like if you want to put some glitter or shadow on top of it or something, but of course you're not going to be able to put under light shades and stuff like that. But the lipstick is a really good red shade. Jenny Penny's a mod, so she won't be winning the giveaway. No dew or lip gloss. I don't see anybody else giving away this amount of stuff, so for those trying to be rude about something good or saying, I've always been transparent. I've always been honest with you guys, always. I don't know why anybody would think that. It's just people saying that just because they automatically think that. I mean, wouldn't that be kind of weird if first, second, third prize were all like OGs and mods? I'm not that dumb. Come on now. It's Wednesday, Babs. Thrive eyeshadow sticks? I don't know what that is. Well, thank you, self-righteous. I that's kind of the issue I have ran into here on YouTube, is that, and it comes with a price. It's, when you're transparent and you're open and you share everything with your life on YouTube, you're going to get people who share their opinions and stuff, or those who, many a times it's people who have, no room to talk, but it's just kind of how it is. People do it to make themselves feel better about themselves. A lot of times it's like, well, so, but it's expected. It's totally expected to have people critique like things. And Wednesday, it's 9 p.m. Eastern time. I plead the 5th. Sorry, I'm looking down on my phone. Janice Ian. Who's Janice Ian? I saw another creator talking about their giveaway today. I wonder if they're reported. No, yeah, no, it's never happened in the history of YouTube, ever. It doesn't make sense, but just as long as you cover your base, cover your bases, and just make sure that you explain the rules. And when I say that I don't feel like my rules are ridiculous or too much to ask. I mean, come on now. Would anybody in their right mind send $1,000 of makeup to somebody who goes around like trashing their name and lying about them? Obviously, I'm not gonna, especially the shipping that I'll have to pay to get it to them and stuff. That doesn't even make sense. This is for my supporters, those who, yeah, I would love it to be people who have supported me for a long time, but this is, I made the rules. I'm a subscriber of a month or more, and that's what I'm sticking to. Hey, Tawanda, I almost messaged you today. Aw, thank you, Breege. You batter on the attic or border on the attic with shoes and bags. I like boots. I'm not a, bags type person really. I don't care about purses. I mean, I would like to have a nice like bag, but I don't really care about this stuff. Oh, thank you, Brenda. Hey, Christy. Oh. But yeah, there's no it will be totally transparent. There will be no way for any type of cheating to happen, or anything like that. I will make sure that it's transparent and that it's so that it's you can tell that it's fair. I think it's funny though that people would say like, "Oh, this person's going to win or that person's going to win." When I've what basis are people going by? When have you ever seen me? I mean, I know a lot of people are like that and they would stage a giveaway to go to certain people, but that's not fun. If I wanted to do that, I've sent people on here, like people who have, I've sent people, stuff on here before. Remember that people who try to bring you down are already below you. Well, I'm doing good. I just got to focus on myself and move forward. I know I played the fifth. I never won anything either. Oh, thank you, JR. Yeah, I've never cared about, I'm trying to look around to see if I have I'm looking for a napkin or something to wipe off my Kleenex to wipe off my pop. It's this lipstick is with I have lip gloss on top of it, so it's not very transfer proof at all. No, side boob, it's not actually. I haven't lost any subscribers. Let's see you do better. Of course, when I'm sitting here talking about makeup and I can't focus on true crime and I've been gone for several days, like that makes sense that people are not gonna, nobody comes here to talk about makeup. Not on this channel, anyways. But it's kind of good for me to have a smaller amount of people than usual, anyways, just to get back into the groove, anyways. Now, of course, I could tag Summer Wells like, other people do and have her in my title every single night, which, by the way, I have not tagged Summer Wells for freaking months since the end of November, early December. So people saying that about me is a lie, complete lie. All you have to do is look. I used to, at one time before, when I first started, it had an automatic thing in my description that tagged her every time because that's all we talked about. And then I thought, after I forget who it was, but after I thought about, I'm like, I'm just not going to tag her anymore. And I really, even when I talk about the case, I don't even put her in the title. I've put her in the title probably 2 or 3 times in the last few months. And yeah, I mean, I could, if I put Summer Wells in the title, I could get 600 people in here. But me just being myself and a good person, I usually get 350. Here in a little bit, there'll be more towards 350. And so, I mean, I'm sorry that to that person who came in here to try to just be negative or whatever, but I mean, it's not my fault you're jealous. Maybe be a better person and you could get 350 people just sitting here talking. Um, no, no, I sell stuff that is mainly in like Sephora and Ulta stuff. I don't I don't tag her name at all. But if something is different, if something happens in the case, like let's say she's found or um somebody's arrested or just any major development in the case, then yeah, she's probably going to be in my title. But I'm not going to put her in my title just for every day just to try to get people in here. Hey, Grit. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Carrie. I missed you guys too. I did. Hey, Dreamcatcher. XX. Let's see. I heard that there was going to be another on WHS or WJHL. It's really, what's really crazy to me? Is how often have I came in here and just talked to you guys like this? I hate you, Ziggy. Let me win your stuff, right? um, how often do I come in here? We're just bullshitting. It seems like almost every time I haven't even been able to really focus on a true crime case because I've been focused on other things. But but then you see there's other creators who a lot of these haters like support and they have no problem with for some odd reason. It's okay for them to exploit Summer. But me talking about Summer a couple times a month is a problem. I say that's hypocritical because there's a lot of creators who are talking about Summer almost every single day. It's kind of hard to exploit Summer Wells when you don't talk about her. It's crazy because when you talk about her, they're like, "Oh, stop exploiting Summer Wells." And then when you don't, they're like, she didn't even mention Summer one time." Oh, thank you, Crimson. Yeah, I was overwhelmed with my, mental health, um, s- classes, court, my daughter's schooling, um, responsibilities, goals like a lot of people on this platform seem to not have. Hey, Nay. Aw, see, that's why I went in and I went to Discord and told everybody. That is true. I can't win. So it's like I'm just gonna be myself. I can't I think it proves it that I'm gone for like a week and like they people find me so interesting that they have still talked about me after gone a week. I'm like, I think that proves like no matter what I do, it's not gonna change anything. So I might as well just be me no matter what. And that means talk about what I want unapologetically, continue to just do my thing. And it's going to piss off people and some of you guys I might upset some of you guys sometimes and stuff, but I feel like that's how it always is as a creator. You're always going to have, once you get to a certain point, probably like a few thousand subs, 3 or 4,000 subs, maybe sometimes even less, but you'll start having people who either, I don't know, they just hate for no reason or whatever. A lot of times it can be jealousy. I don't understand that because I've always been so happy when I see like great things happen for other creators. Like for instance, when Dolly Vision had Ryan Upchurch and he sent him $500. I was so excited. I think I was probably more excited for him than he was for himself. And I was only recently have started watching Dolly Vision. I remember when all his subs came in here and it was like, they were saying Dolly Bomb and I'm like, who's Dolly? And hey Gemma, thank you. Hey Stormy, didn't you get this for me? Didn't you get me this necklace? The pup is good. She has her piggy outfit on. I might go get her here in a few. She's big. It's crazy. Oh my God, Mrs. T, that's hilarious. So let's see here. Let's pull this up real quick. Enough about me. I don't understand. Like, I'm a really boring person, and there's nothing. Of course, I'm me, so I know that, but I know other people don't know that. They feel like, oh, I'm just gonna keep digging. There's gotta be more. There's gotta be more. It's like, no, it's been out there. Benny pretty much put it all out there very early on. Actually, I put it out there myself. I told you guys about um my charges and my my past and stuff. Never had a problem like telling you guys about that stuff. But some of it, obviously, I didn't put out there, like stuff about my daughter's father and stuff like that. But that's not really normal. Like, and to call somebody a liar because they don't tell something about their personal life, I don't really hear others talking about their personal lives, right, Jay? It's called a monopoly. Let's look at this new clip that was put up by WJHL just like 30 minutes ago. I doubt it's going to be that exciting because the one earlier was not.
News Channel 11 dives deeper into the disappearance of Hawkins County 6-year-old Summer Wells. And for the first time, we're hearing from the lead investigator at the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office in charge of the case. Tonight, he tells us what the Wells family relationship with law enforcement looks like now, as Summer's father remains in jail and lawyers are involved.
In February, Sheriff Ronnie Lawson told News Channel 11 that the Wells family had lawyers and were no longer cooperating. The lead investigator for the case explained how that, as well as how her father's current stint in jail on unrelated charges, hasn't moved this case forward.
The family has attorneys involved, and that is not a direct line of communication.
That tone is quite the change from what it was last year when Summer was first reported missing.
It was pretty good. We would show up about every day, make sure that they were okay, and had a decent line of communication with them.
About a month later, in July, Child Protective Services removed her 3 older brothers from their home and appointed attorneys to the case.
They have been appointed for other instances, but it bleeds over into this investigation as well.
Summer Wells' father, Don, was arrested late last year for driving under the influence and violating probation.
Going off of that, obviously we know that Don Wells is incarcerated here. Does that play a role at all in this investigation?
No, ma'am.
On February 7th, a judge ordered him to serve the remainder of his 11 months and 29-day sentence in the Hawkins County Jail.
With Mr. Wells, he knows when he first came into the institution, he knows at any time he wants to talk to let their staff know, and I'll get to him as quick as I can.
But Pruitt hopes the Wells family knows, despite the other legal troubles, they can reach out anytime.
Communication between me and the family have changed, but I hope that they still understand that they can come talk to me at any time they want to.
You can find all of today's coverage from our interview with Detective Pruitt, as well as more in-depth reports on the Search for Summer section of our website.
Well, tonight, Lenexa police say if it wasn't for the quick...
Tonight, News Channel 11. Well, today, for the first time, we're learning the lead investigator in the Summer Wells case is speaking out. The pressure has been immense on the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office to figure out what happened to a little girl who reported missing back in June.
Ansley Daniel has been following this case closely. She has an update. Ansley?
Josh and Sarah, there was frustration, some anger, and the presence of a heavy burden when I sat down with the detective John Pruitt with the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office. He's led this investigation into Summer's disappearance. He told me that as difficult as this case is to work, he is nowhere near giving up.
It is a lot to shoulder, it's a lot to burden. We have a missing child that we haven't found yet.
Almost 10 months and so much heartache. And investigators aren't immune from that hurt. The question of what happened to Summer Wells still has no answer.
There haven't been very many cases like this. I have never worked a missing child case with all these different entities and agencies involved.
The lead investigator on the case says his days are devoted to finding her.
My day, I check tip line and voicemail when I first get here. I do phone calls and follow-ups on any credible leads I've got. I follow up on anything that I didn't get to a good conclusion the day before. Then I go into my normal caseload of any new cases I've got, follow-ups on them.
They've received nearly 2,000 tips.
I will follow up on everything I can to try to bring closure for this.
Self-proclaimed online investigators and social media sleuths have turned this case into a mess of ideas. And tips have come in from everywhere across the U.S. and even overseas. That help, Pruitt says, has led to little more than time wasted.
If these people want to help so much, we always accept applications to certified individuals.
He says the investigation has led to the continued thought that if Summer is found, it will be nearby.
I believe that she would probably be somewhere close by, because we found nothing to lead us to believe that she's been abducted or trafficked out of the area.
Pruitt works alongside the TBI and FBI. Along with the ground search, Pruitt says investigators have poured through data. Almost a year into the case, and Detective Pruitt says it still remains a very active investigation.
I'm not going to let it go cold.
Well, Detective Pruitt assures that what happened to Summer Wells is still being investigated daily. Tonight at 6, he walks us through each day and what it is like for a case that is like no others for all the investigators involved.
Ansley, thanks. And an Amber Alert remains active for Summer Wells. If you have credible information that could help investigators find her, call the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation at 1-800-TBI-FIND.
Nearly 10 months and still no answers.
Tonight, News Channel 11 dives deeper into the disappearance of Hawkins County 6-year-old Summer Wells. For the first time, we have heard from the lead investigator with the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office.
And tonight he tells us what this investigation looks like right now.
Josh and Sarah, the case of Summer Wells does not look much different today than what it did when I first reported live on authorities searching out in Beach Creek back in June of last year. Now, authorities are spending more time than ever before fielding through false tips as well as false hope.
It's sporadic. I mean, one day you might get 5 leads, the next couple of days you might not get anything. But it's been an active investigation that's I've been devoted to since it first occurred.
As Summer's disappearance approaches the 10-month mark, the scenarios of what happened the night of June 15th continue to grow.
The wandering away, sneaking off to go play or whatever she may have done, that is a viable option.
The night she went missing, authorities said she walked away from her house. The following day, an Amber Alert was issued.
People are probably tired of hearing this. All possibilities are on the table. We're not completely eliminating the abduction idea, but there's nothing to lead us to believe that we need to focus on that alone.
In the height of the search, those on the ground combed through miles of tough, rugged terrain, leaving many to wonder how there was no trace of little Summer.
She was like 3 foot, 40 pounds. It would be a lot easier for her to get through some of the foliage, and she's lower to the ground, smaller body, a lot more flexible.
Along with the ground search, Pruitt says investigators have poured through data.
We have gone through reams and reams of data. We've collected statements. We've chased down every credible lead that has been given to us. And we are still not much further along than when we started. Surveillance videos, GPS locations, cell phone tracking, cell phone data, electronic data, anything that we could think of to get our hands on.
As time continues to pass since that June day, it's increasingly hard to hold on to hope.
Well, we're 9 months in. I would hope that she is still alive somewhere, but we also have to be open to the idea that that is no longer a possibility.
Pruitt says that he has never worked a case like this with so many different entities involved, and he says it's still baffling that it looks the same as it did that night that Summer was reported missing. Coming up tonight at 11, we learn more about Summer's family's relationship with law enforcement, especially as her father remains jailed and lawyers are now involved.
Ansley, thanks. And the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation's Amber Alert for Summer remains active tonight. You can call in credible tips to 1-800-TBI-FIND. You can call in credible.
Okay, so I went ahead and played all of them. Thank you so much, Stormy, and thank you so much, Cassie, Roku. I didn't want to forget to say thanks. Right, D-Boss? I don't know, Jen P. I don't understand that, but I don't. Oh, I'm not gonna. I saw somebody. I didn't see what people are talking about Molly contacting TBI. So I don't know what reason. Let's see. I'm scrolling up a little bit to see what comments I have missed. Once again, we hear in this news clip that Summer was last seen walking away. So are they going back to that? I don't understand. It's always so much different stories. And oh, one thing I do want to comment on, and it's nothing. Hey, Scott H. I saw, which this is like, at least this is the second time. It's probably been more incidents, but I'm guessing this creator was tricked, just like how when Olivia was not informed of that call being played on my channel before. There was a creator this evening who put up text messages between Grandis and Ziggy Valero that I had up months ago. I don't know if they said that. Like, if I don't know if Ziggy Valero informed them of that. I didn't watch the whole thing. I just saw. I pulled up for a second and I saw what the title was, and I'm like, and it says Ziggy Valero, and I'm like, are these the same text messages I released like forever ago? And I pulled them up. I pulled up what she was showing, and I'm like, yeah, that's the same exact ones I showed months ago. So I'm kind of wondering if she was informed of that, or if, because I didn't watch the whole thing. I mean, I had gone over the text messages before. No, she did her own video. Ziggy Valero is what she used to go by, sent her the text or the screenshots. But I don't know if she told that creator that we had showed those, like, at least. It's been over 3 months, because it would have been when I was it's been like 4 or 5 months ago. Hey, Justice and Tina Bobina. I'm guessing that the creator was not aware, because that person is kind of a little bit dishonest. Or what she really wants, what she's really trying to do is, I don't know, I'm imagining. I don't know if she had her share her Cash App, but she probably was trying to get some money. I don't know. It's weird, because in those text messages, and she used to tell us that she was homeless living in a tent, but in the text message, or she had sent me before in emails, a picture of her house and her garden and stuff and her chickens. And so I'm like, what is the truth? I mean, it doesn't mean that somebody home situation hasn't changed. Like, she could have had that, and then something happened, and now she is homeless. Wrong turn 2021. was really looking forward to, and now that it's been a few days, I guess I could pull it up. I tried messaging her, but she didn't see it. Emma, I messaged her through Facebook, though. I should have emailed her because that's how we've always communicated before. I couldn't wait for this interview to come up. You know, with the with the neighbors. I was like, oh, this is going to be great. I can't wait to hear this. And basically all they said is like Allie's lying, which, you know, I don't know what you're talking about, Mountain Mama. How am I talking about other creators? But I've definitely seen you in other. What are you talking about? How am I talking about other creators? That's about Ziggy Valero is not a creator. She's a subscriber. So you're wrong. Yeah, they did prove. I do feel like it was good to show even more people to confirm that Allie's not being honest. I don't like, and I'm sorry, Pro Garden, if you hear this, I do not like how hard she was going after Emma, like of all people. So I know, Sweet Sativa. I don't know. I've never said that. I never said I was gonna not talk about creators, and I'm not talking about negative about creators. I know. I heard them start. They started arguing on the porch. So here, let me. This is going to be the link to this if you haven't seen it. Crime Story is obsessed. I'm pretty sure that you guys have all are already subbed up to her. Jay, I did. That information came out months ago. Critical K is the one that did it first. She did not have the text message or the messages on Facebook, but Ziggy Valero had me get those. She got mad at Critical K because she said that Critical K shared their phone call without her permission. And so she was sending them to me. And then she would message all the time, like, I don't know. I don't want to get into it. I've talked about this before. We went over the text messages again, just when Critical K had her second interview with Ziggy Valero somewhat recently, a month or two ago. And I went over that conversation from Facebook again. And I wanted you guys, and I showed in different ways, like, just to show, the character so we knew whether or not we could believe what this lady was saying. Some new TVs on Allie's porch. He first said he was there 6 months, but changed it to 2 weeks. How do you explain that? Oh, did he change it to 2 weeks? No, you could tell it's probably somebody streaming us. still, and that's why they're all coming in here saying stupid stuff. Probably should go ahead and report it. Hold on. They're just mad because nobody's in there watching them. He was there 3 weeks, but what? What do you mean it has nothing to do with Summer missing? Oh, you mean, well, that's true. You're right. It doesn't have anything. I see what you mean. You're right. Because it was way before Summer went missing. That's true. Somebody timed out Scott H. Let me see here. No, it can't. No. No, Scott H is a mod, so he timed out somebody. There he is. No, he timed out that person trying to say that I'm on drugs or something. Which makes 0 sense. Like, I don't look like I'm on drugs at all. The cops were at Ben Hill. From the Philippines. Was the cops really at Ben Hill today? Nobody's even there. Candace has like basically moved. She has her city on her Facebook. I mean, I know she's been doing that anyways, but she has it now in some other town, Johnson City. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, Jefferson City. It shows that she's engaged. Are you serious? 1 second. I think it's funny that people are trying to reach so much. They can't find anything on me in my real life that is damaging. Like, I don't abuse kids. You know, I didn't abuse my child. I am not a felon. I could keep going on and on and on and on. I haven't been accused of being on drugs in over 10 years from anybody in my real life. So, yeah, right here. Look, Jefferson City. Lives in Jefferson City, Tennessee. From Corpus Christi, which is true. She was born in Corpus Christi. She's engaged. Okay. Looks like she's having a good old time fishing. It's pretty, but there's Robin. I've only had one Facebook in my entire life. And I see people go through. I know, I understand people forget their passwords and stuff, but doesn't Candace use Candy by now? Actually, her mom calls her Candy. When I was there and I met them at Wendy's, Grandis called her Candy, and I was like, you call her Candy? And she goes, I can call her whatever I want. I gave birth to her. So is Candace in a relationship with this girl or something? Yeah, you can just completely block them, guys, if they come over here. We're trying to move on. It doesn't make sense why somebody would purposely try to cause more drama. Unless that's all you want, is just drama, and it gets old. For me anyways. I know for me, like, I would like to move away from the drama. At first I'm like, oh, it would be cool. Let's have a like Jerry Springer type channel where all opinions are welcome, and it will just be like everybody will battle it out. Oh, it would be fun, they said. Yeah. It starts out okay, but the thing is, people can't. If it could stay on YouTube and just stay to stuff that is relevant to us here, or even a little bit of drama is okay, like YouTube drama and stuff. But when people start getting affected in their real life, it's, you would think that most people wouldn't want to be involved in something that is affecting them in their real life. They wouldn't want to encourage that to continue. Yeah. Right, Frank? Chris and Trudy, the PI. I think the guy's name is Chris. So, did you guys all watch the interview that Crime Stories Obsessed had, where they started going like, I knew, and I, just like Emma said, like how she knew that when they were outside that it wasn't a good idea. I mean, they're neighbors. Thank you, Auntie M. Was worried about you. So glad to see you on. Was so glad to see you here too, and everybody, all 400 almost of you. Thank you guys so much. Seriously. Gonna fast forward here. Let me see. Thank you, Mystery Lady. I know, Quinny. Attacking somebody about their looks and stuff or making up stuff is not cool at all. Just like lying to try to make somebody look bad. To me, that shows me if somebody's like just making up stuff or highly exaggerating or going after somebody for their looks is because they don't have anything else to say. There's nothing. I mean, if the person's just so bad, you would think you wouldn't have to make up stuff. You would think there would be plenty of truth to call them on. But for some reason, people here act like a lot of people act like we're back in middle school. They're behind a keyboard and they don't feel like nobody in their real life is going to know what they're doing and stuff like that. So they a lot of times just say whatever. But I know that for me, like, I don't like to go to that level. I have before. I have obviously on here before gone to that level. But for the past like several months, I have really consciously tried to do better and that's all we can do is try to better ourselves day by day. We all make mistakes, and that's why I am like such a forgiving person. Like, I'm not going to go there, but yeah, I'm a forgiving person because I know myself that I make mistakes and I would like somebody to forgive me. So, I'm way too forgiving. And the thing about where the Ziggy Piggies thing came from, because people are saying that I call you guys my Ziggy's Piggies. That's not true. You guys thought of that. Actually, the haters thought of it. They started calling me Piggy, obviously, because Ziggy Piggy, that's easy. And that's like a two-year-old could do better than that. But I mean, I should have, I knew. I've been using the name Ziggy for a while, like on Periscope and on Xbox and stuff like that. So I'm used to, I know that. Like, people are obviously going to say that it's the easy one. So to kind of like turn it around, people just said, I'm proud to be a Ziggy's Piggy. And that's where that came from. I was like, oh, that's cute, because calling me a piggy is not going to hurt my feelings. I'm not 20 years old. I don't care about that stuff anymore. Yeah, they used piggies to insult us and we reclaimed it. Exactly. Okay, so let's listen to this for a second. There wasn't really, they said a lot about Allie lying, and I guess it is good that they came out to confirm where there's smoke, there's fire, and it's kind of seeming like we don't have hardly any like honest people, if any. Involved with this case. Sorry, Leggett, did you send another message? Oh, Leggett, did you want me to share that for you? You want me to share your channel? She said she made a channel about self-righteous YouTubers, particularly I guess Prayer Garden is what she's saying. That's only her opinion. Better a piggy than a horse or a crab. Is it? That stuff, I will tell you what bothers me, which you should never show your weakness, but I've said it over and over again. The lies, is what bothers me the most. Because a lot of times it's so ridiculous. People, you wouldn't think at first, sometimes they're so ridiculous, which usually it is so ridiculous that you would think you would not have to even comment on it. And you would think people wouldn't believe it. But there's actually people who claim to believe this stuff. And it can drive you crazy. That's why it's just best not to watch it at all. But unfortunately, when you're, in my case, you're sent, well, all creators are sent clips and stuff all the time. Plus, if you have to, because of other stuff I'm dealing with, I do have to watch some stuff and some clips. And and that's when you feel like, oh, I have to defend myself, you know, and then you go prove to yourself, but it doesn't do any good at all. It's pointless. It's not like it's going to change somebody's mind. These people, a lot of these people know what they're saying is not true. That's not what they care about. They care about making the person look bad. So me proving myself or proving them wrong, it doesn't do anything except just kind of keep it going even more. Hey, Lip Lock. I don't know, Terry. I don't know. I don't get it. I get, like, I do understand people, which is normal, I guess. It's normal for human beings. I mean, it doesn't mean it's right or anything. But a lot of times people will do videos and stuff in response to something that's said to defend themselves. That's why you shouldn't watch the stuff. But I think it's, when people get upset with a creator or whatever, a lot of times they'll make 1 or 2 videos, or one every once in a while. It's crazy for it to extend beyond that. Then that's when it's like obsessive, and that's when it's hurting yourself more than it is the other person. But it's not healthy. And it's not normal. But there's a lot of not normal people in this world. Oh, thank you, Truth Seeker. And thank you, Lip Lock. I love those shoes that you had on the other day. And Justice for All knows exactly how it is to get to a point. There's a lot of jealousy in this community. It's insane. I've never been one that's like a really jealous person. My daughter is. It's funny. She will openly admit it, but especially about not YouTube, there is so many people, like, if you see something that somebody's doing, like, for instance, there's been a lot of people who have copied what I did because I grew really fast at the very beginning. But if, they'll try to do, oh, we take all opinions, and they'll say, oh, I'm not modding anybody, or they'll try that. It doesn't work. Or they'll, Prayer Garden kind of, in my opinion, copied a lot of what I was doing, but that's okay, because that's, imitation is the biggest form of flattery. And if it works, it works. To me, I'm happy, like, where I'm at, like, right now, until I can get in a better spot, and then I'll worry about growing my channel. I think it starts out, you grow real fast, and then there's a point where you kind of plateau. But once you get to a certain point, and once you release a video like what Justice for All did, or Unmasked, or my video, none of my videos got that kind of attention like those creators, but still, even on a smaller scale, I did have some interviews that others didn't have. And you will notice that you would think it would be something great that people want, and they do secretly want that, but at the same time, they're jealous because it's not happening for their channel. And the craziest growth I've seen is with Justice for All. He grew way faster than I did. As far as as far as once he, like with one video, I guess I should say, he went from 3,000 to 13,000, like basically overnight. And that causes a lot of jealousy because some people, for some reason, now you can still, like if it's a money thing, you can still make near the same amount of money if you have, you know, a set of loyal subscribers and you're, you know, that just comes naturally. Oh, thank you, Pamela. Yeah, the CPS story. But I learned from that. I learned from that because I knew I made a lot of mistakes. Like, should have never labeled it CPS for one, because then it got like, oh, it's CPS reports. And people can't get past that. So that was my own fault. But you learn as you grow. And it's crazy. You can best believe if you have a interview with somebody who is exclusive that nobody's had before, you're gonna grow. But oh my God, be prepared for the hate. It's unreal. Devery, you know, coming on. There was people jealous about that. It's like so stupid. Oh, why couldn't he have come on my channel? Well, if you are more approachable, then maybe they would. There's a lot of people, if you're really mean and if you're one that's like real rude to guests and stuff, or if you're just, sometimes there is some people who are scared to reach out to like certain creators because something about them rubs them the wrong way. So, and also if you're trying to be neutral, it's extremely difficult because you'll get, for instance, and I know people's opinion. Listen, I don't care if how your opinion is, that's fine. You're going to have a different opinion than mine on some things, and that's fine. But this is just an example, and I've seen it too. Example outside of myself. Like with The Stand, for instance. A lot of people got mad because he had Ernie on panel. And it's crazy. Like, I see a lot of The Stand within myself, like as a human being. I see a lot of similar characteristics. We kind of deal with things similar. Things he says would be something I'd say. But a lot of people got upset with him because of him having Ernie on the panel. Same thing happened to me. Okay. Even people that I thought, even like really loyal subscribers will be like, hey, Lex, sorry. Even loyal subscribers, a lot of times will get really mad at you about who you have on panel and stuff. Like, oh my God, I can't believe you let them on panel. Oh my God, I'm so disappointed. All the time. And you just have to tell them, you're really not going to make everybody happy. Anything that people can use to, a lot of, they see it as a way, they don't see it as like, oh, you being neutral and being fair. I mean, what about interviewers? Like, we're not the news or anything, or we're not 60 Minutes, but those people have to interview horrible people all the time. Do people say to them like, oh my God, I can't believe you had that person on your channel? And, there is this like cancel culture thing now, but for the most part, like interviewers interview the worst of them. Sometimes it's not always the best of people. Like a lot of times it's not. Oh, well, thank you, Justice. I emailed her to get in touch with you because I couldn't remember your email, so Heidi has it. I wanted to talk to you sometime this week. Are you talking to me, Quinny? Right, Pamela? See, like, there's been many times, like, I had opportunities to have, or I shouldn't say many, a few times, I don't want to be called a liar. A few times I've had the opportunity to interview somebody, and I was very, very torn on what to do because I knew people would freaking flip. And I've had to, not pursue it, or just, for instance, I could have had Dawn's sister on, Sonia. And I really, I could have, she was willing to do it. She wasn't super excited about it because, she knew a lot of people that come to my channel are not at all fans of Dawn and Candace. And Sonia is, she's not like one of those that's like, oh, he can't do any wrong. Not at all. At all. She's not, from my experience, like, but on things that which she feels like he didn't do, then she does. But yeah, I did not have her on. And the reason why is because, out of respect, I messaged Mary. This is the main reason, but there is other reasons to it. I messaged Mary and I asked her how she would feel about it, because I did know that Sonia would be probably bashing Mary, and that would also come back on me. Like, even though it's not me saying it, it comes back on me all the time. Just even the subs in here, like things that you guys say, it's like, my fault or whatever. I was proud of how you handled Dawn and Candace. Well, thank you, Barbie. Yeah. People didn't like that I was too nice to them. But there's a way you have to talk to people if you want them to freaking talk to you. What did you think about what Mary said Sonia did after law enforcement read Dawn his Miranda rights? What did she say? Oh, did she go down to the police station and say it wasn't true? Oh, thank you, Debbie. Sure, I could interview anytime. I'm not a very good interviewer. I'm more of a better listener, probably. But a lot of times I just let people speak for themselves. Hey, Mary Deethy. Yeah, and see, that's why what Mary Deethy says, on behalf of survivors, thank you for not having Sonia on your channel. I knew it would cause freaking waves. And it was tough, but you also have to look at it like interviewers interview these people all the time. I guess it could be, we were thinking about doing it recorded. That might be something that'd be better, where it wouldn't get too out of hand like it tended to do at times on here. But yeah, his sister, his real sister, is really, she was, I don't know. Yeah, she's protective of him in ways, for sure. Right, Rainy Hikes. Well, Mary told me that Mary was like, of course you do what you want, but I could tell like she wasn't really like comfortable with it. So I just decided at the time, and I just didn't continue to really press the topic. Was Sonia 5? I don't know how old Sonia is. I forget. Sonia has been on. Well, it wouldn't have been, the first time Sonia had ever been on. She has been on Voices Behind the Wall before. But yeah, every time. Think of how much hate freaking Cher got when she first started having Dawn on. I had to apologize like crazy because after I became a creator, I saw what it was like. So yeah, I was not very fair to Cher in some ways. Yeah, she was on Cher's at one time, Cuckoo Bee. I don't know if it was live, it might have been recorded. She shouldn't call him out online. She doesn't know. Right? Well, she told me that she doesn't know if it happened or not. This is what Sonia said. She said, I don't know if it happened or not. What she told me was that, and she didn't have any problem with, why can't I think? I'm having a brain fart. I can't remember. Not Mary, but the other stepsister. Why can't I think of her name right this second? You guys will say it. But anyways, she didn't have a problem with that stepsister because, Mary was the one that was speaking on it. So she did have a lot to say about Mary, but not about their experience. She wasn't saying it she didn't say it wasn't true to me. She said, I don't know if it wasn't true. I was not there, but she kind of had the opinion, like, I guess Benny and them, what they were saying, that it should have never came to YouTube and blah, blah, blah. But whatever, that's something, whether or not the stepsisters would have brought that to YouTube themselves or not, it would have came out at some point. Goddess Callie, Avatar Han. Jeannie, there you go. Morgan, thank you. Oh, well, thank you, Auntie M. She said, if it was not for people talking crap about you, I would have never came over here. I have not supported her views on you. I like your channel a lot. Well, thank you. Hey, I don't have a problem with people having something against things I've done or said, or not liking me in any way. It's not that, like, at all. It's when it starts getting scary when somebody's like obsessive, it's like, it's weird. It's like, I'm a nobody. Like, I'm not that interesting. And you're kind of freaking me out, And when the person sounds scary as it is, and they have a background and, on and on and on, it's every day. It's overwhelming. And when there's threats, it's not like, I don't care about people at all. Like, I mean, it might irritate me for a second, but if the person is talking shit about me, big deal. Or if they're calling me names, big deal. Like, that's not the issue. At all. And that's not criminal at all. So, I don't have just the lies for, is not cool at all. Quit being interesting. I'm so not interesting. Well, I was trying to decide where to think it was Summer's age that got to them. They probably had all those memories surface and thought she's 5. He did this to us. What if he did it to her? Exactly. It was important for them to talk or tell the TBI about. Thank you, Sandra. You went to the holler with Fred. You're a warrior. He was already there. Let's see.
Hi guys. So who have we got there tonight?
Oh, by the way, Emma just messaged me back and said to use whatever I wanted. So thank you so much.
Hi guys.
Nice to meet you. I'm Kat.
So we've got Kat here, my co-host, and myself, Emma. I'm not sure. June, is that correct?
Yeah, well, no, I know that Allie was at the ballpark that day. I do know that.
Yeah.
And people say, how do I know? Because ask them, these people, they never leave the house. They don't go anywhere. They're hermits. And so when they do something, you will remember what they do because it's shocking that they ever do anything with their kids. So
Okay.
I remember at the ballpark when Allie was over there between, well, practice was at 6. So I know that between 6 and 8 that she was at the ballpark in Lynn Garden, and Hunter was with his girlfriend and her mother. I do know that.
Yeah.
But
There was an altercation later that day between the girlfriend's mom and everybody.
okay, see, because there was a big argument that day with the girlfriend's mom and everybody outside.
Yeah. Out back behind my house.
Behind her house.
So if we start back at the beginning then, so from when Summer goes missing, and then it starts to come out that she's disappeared. Alice starts to become aware of it. She's at the ball field. When you speak to her afterwards, after the event, and she starts telling you what happened when she pulled up with the truck, what did she say to you about that day?
She told me that she never went to the truck and that she beat herself up every day, all the time about it because she wished that she would have went over there, but she did not go over there. So I don't know why she keeps lying. I think that she's using that little girl for attention and for people to feel sorry for her. And I just don't think it's right.
No, it's wrong.
It is very, very wrong.
And she knows that Hunter is not in foster care, and she knows that he's in trouble. She knows he does smoke weed and smoke cigarettes and everything else. He done it before that day, and she allows it. So it just makes me mad that she's trying to lie and act like she's something that she's not.
But yeah, I mean, I think the most concerning thing to me, I mean, we can get into everything else, but like the one big thing is like her telling everybody that she didn't go over to the truck is a big thing, because if you've watched the interviews online, she's told multiple sources that she got up from where you're like sat now, like on her little balcony. She went over to the truck and she saw Summer.
Yeah,
I don't understand why.
On the camera, right here is her porch. Right there she is, probably, I think, coming in. And she oh God, it's probably about to be an argument, but I don't care. Whatever. They lie.
Yeah, I mean, and the TBI are aware of the lies and everything.
Yeah.
Are they? Yeah, because
It's still a very active investigation. They have come on multiple times, at least once a month. They come on and talk about it and let us know, you know, like as the public, that they are indeed still, you know, investigating and looking. And the cops know that there's the stories that are told are lies. They know that there's no facts behind it. The one thing they do know, and the only thing they know that's true, is that Summer's missing and she's still not home.
Yeah, I just the lie.
I would say it's pretty much a safe bet to say that I don't know how you guys feel about this, and I don't understand why somebody would make it up. I do not get it. I do not understand. Even they said for attention. They go on to say, oh, they feel like Allie made it up about going to the truck and seeing Summer for attention. Could it be guilt, I guess? Maybe but she couldn't have known like what was going to happen to Summer after she left. I don't understand why lie about something like that. It doesn't make sense. It makes me think, God, it makes me think that possibly she's protecting somebody. Not Candace. And, maybe, but then you think, well, gosh, if she knows, okay, let's say Allie knows, and, Grandbun knows, and Sherry knows, and H knows, and Donna and Candace know. It gets to a lot of people. And it's the more people that know what happened, it would just seem like more and more impossible for it to go on without anybody speaking up. You know what I'm saying? Hey, Becca. Oh, yeah. Candace is a line. Yes. Good role models on middle school. That's true, Jane. Don't. I have ran into pathological liars who just lie to lie. And it's insane. I never understood it. That is a good point. I have known a couple people like that. And it would be stuff they didn't have to lie about. H knows what happens to Summer, his involvement with it. I have no clue, but he knows and was present when it happened. Ali is a liar to cover his ass. That's the only thing that makes sense to me, is that she's covering for her son, because that's something a lot of parents, even though people say, oh, I wouldn't do that, I wouldn't do that. Well, it depends, like, what his involvement is, I guess. I don't know. When it comes to something like that, me personally, yeah, gosh, I can't even imagine ever being in a situation like that. But yeah, there's no way I could keep something like that a secret at all. I just couldn't. Like, no, my love for my child is greater than anything in this world, but I try to have I'm also very a sensitive person, and I pride myself on being an honest person, and it's just not right. And I feel like if, my dad always preached growing up, if you do the crime, you do the time. And hopefully we instead just teach our kids that right and the difference between right and wrong early on, and make sure they can, which we see this on YouTube a lot. Like, you see, it's unreal the amount of people who take no accountability for the actions. They don't admit when they're wrong. They don't apologize. I just didn't know, like, that's how I've always been one. I mean, I definitely apologize more than most people, like, in my real life, but like, I've never been around people, like, as far as like my family and stuff, like the real close to me. I've never been around people who like lie a lot and don't take accountability. I mean, a lot of pride gets in the way for a lot of people, and it is difficult to admit you're wrong for some, but everybody we're all human, and that's normal to make mistakes. But when it comes to a missing child, there's a lot of time and thoughts and energy and money and on and on and on put into trying to figure out what happened to this little girl. And if any of them know or have any type of answers that would stop that, like, and they're not, then that's very selfish. And all we can hope for is karma, or there's some kind of God or something that, because, hey, Shamello. I know, Tiny Dancer. And one thing I will say that I heard that Benny said that I was like, yes, I agree with you there. I don't agree with Benny a lot on a lot of things, but sometimes occasionally he'll say something that I hear and I'm like, I agree. I can't say I don't agree, but I'm not saying I'm not talking about his character, the type of person he is. I'm just saying this one thing that he said, okay? I'm not saying he's a good person, and I'm not saying he's a bad person. I'm not trying to get into a war with Benny right at this moment. I have a lot of things going on in my life as it is. But anyways, when he said, how did you guys find each other? It gave me goosebumps, because I'm like, oh my God, that's exactly how I think. Like, you wouldn't think people that horrible, like, you might think, oh, there might be a few people like that in our world who is just horrible people. How do they find each other? They just kind of gravitate to each other, and then you got two of them. It's like, wow. It shows you that this world is much darker and worse than you could ever imagine. Most people can't wrap their minds around it. Become a YouTube creator or heavily involved in YouTube will open your eyes a lot. But anyways, BK also called Dawn an S deviant. Thing is, so I am so sorry. Like, Benny, you should have said something earlier. And the only reason I get, like, if it is true that you were, because I have thought that before, and I have talked to people about that before. Like, maybe he was putting on he was like trying to be like a private investigator and, make friends with these people to get the truth and stuff. I've wondered that before, but the thing that kind of tells me differently is, like, now, of course, you want it to be believable so that these people will believe you and tell you their secrets and be willing to tell you stuff that they don't tell others. I get it, but to go to the extent where you are attacking creators like nonstop, like really bad, and we're not talking about just like, we're talking about almost to the level of, obsessiveness. And okay, let's say, don't you think that person would be apologizing for how bad he put me through a lot of shit, like bad. It was bad. And he was really, really, like, not cool with me. So that's my only issue with it. But I do get that some people feel like, you know, you have to treat people. And he did say another thing that I always say, like, if you want somebody to talk to you, and this is so true, then you have to treat them like you want to be treated. That is true. Yes, took it too far. Yeah, we're not sure. I'm not saying the undercover story is legit at all. I'm just saying, like, if that's the case, then my issue with that is had he not gone after creators and stuff and took it to that extreme, maybe gone after him like occasionally to make it look himself look more believable, not every single day to the extent in the real life stuff, having people like call CPS and, you know, report them to different places and stuff. That's like to a level that is very extreme. But had he not done all that, like, I could be much more acceptive. Of course, I'm a forgiving person, so I can forgive Biddy. Like, but we're not gonna be ever BFF. Like, sometimes he can be a very pleasant person and seem like a very great person. But yeah, this isn't about Benny. But you know, I'm saying, like, anybody can always decide at any moment to change their lives. It doesn't matter. There's not a set age where we say, oh, you're a lost cause. Now, there is some people, now it seems like they could be lost causes, but miracles happen. And I will say Benny is highly intelligent, but a lot of people use their intelligence for the wrong things. And it's weird because it does seem like there is, like, how many times have we seen like murderers and criminals, like hardcore murderers and criminals? I'm not saying Benny is this. I'm just saying this has nothing to do with Benny. I'm just saying how many times have we seen very, very intelligent people, like usually like genius level, become criminals? A lot of times it's narcissist because they believe they're owed everything and rules don't apply to them and stuff like that. But there's a lot of very, you know, serial killers who were genius. What, Ted Bundy? Oh, thank you, Rupert Gal. Oh, that's true, MB. Highly intelligent is different than morally conscious. That's very correct. Just because something is legal doesn't mean it's ethically right, you know? I've never seen him be a great person. I've seen him put his nice mask on. I can see right through it every time. Oh, no, it doesn't take a smart person to trick Candace. I know. But I could tell by the way... You can tell by the way somebody... Now, I'm not saying, like, he doesn't misuse words and stuff like that. I just can tell that, like his ex said, he has a gift of talking, and it could be focused differently. Like, everybody has their talents and strengths, no matter how much, like, we dislike somebody. He has a special channel to take down creators and their channels. Oh, really? So is he still doing that, Breege? That's true. Not everything is black and white. I didn't say big words are a sign of intelligence at all. Actually, I think not the opposite, but like I just said, I've seen him a lot of the times the words be misused. they're not used correctly, you know, in their context and stuff. But it sounds like to some people who aren't really paying attention or whatever, like aren't just not, well, to some people it sounds, oh wow, he sounds like really, no, I just say like in some ways I can see that, yeah, he is very intelligent in some ways. Right. He doesn't use a lot of words correctly. That's true. That's true. Yeah, what did he get out of them? I guess like attention. He set it up to do that. He's unbearable. Well, isn't that what like Lizzie Savage was? Man. Money. Yeah. All right. Well, this isn't about him. I don't mean to get there. I just was, you know, I get on a roll sometimes. Sorry about that.
That she told, you know, I mean, I know we've got Hunter saying that he saw her in the car, but he was intoxicated when he arrived home, as far as Ali said on an interview the other day. So if he was intoxicated on the way home, was he capable of knowing whether Summer was actually okay in the car? And then that's concerning, because if she wasn't, you've got Ali saying that she saw her. If she hadn't have been there, or she'd actually been really ill, her saying she'd seen Summer when she didn't actually go over is huge, because, you know, not only is she lying, but she could change this.
Yeah, but I think she's just saying that to kind of cover for Hunter. I mean, if so, because she don't know what, you know, really.
She don't know what happened. She wasn't there.
Yeah.
She don't know,
Yeah.
you know, my daughter went to school with them prior to this, so we knew them previously. But when my daughter started, teenage girls, Lord help us, but you know, they harbored my daughter for over 12 hours when she ran away
And lied
to the police. Told me dead to my face that she wasn't in that house, and she was very well in that house. So my thing is, if you will lie for a minor who was barely 12 years old, only 12 years old for barely 30 days, you're going to help your so-called ex-best friend cover up. You know, there's drug use on both sides on that part, and I just feel, you know, they know, Hunter knows, Candace and them know, but they will not come forth and say anything. And it's very just, I don't know, it's sickening because it's a child.
Yeah.
And
And, you know,
did she act like Hunter was disturbed and this and that? That's not true. That's so not true.
He violated probation.
Yes, he's in juvenile detention for getting in trouble. So I mean, they lie about everything. So it's like you lie about small stuff. You know, I mean, what else you lie about? I think
Our boys went to school with him. I mean, up until he got sent off.
So I just want to believe they say for her to come in and act like a hero and this and that. I don't believe it. I think she's crazy. She told me the night that Summer disappeared that she was on her front porch and she heard Summer telling her that she was home, talking about letting Summer know that she was there with her. Summer was letting Allie know, hey, I'm here, I'm home, in spirit. Why would she say that?
That was quite odd. I found that quite disturbing when she said that.
I mean, she's literally gone a couple hours, and you're already saying that you hear her spirit and that she's there. I mean, why would you say that?
If you don't know something else, why?
Yeah. You know, you've apparently seen her in the car, but then, you know, we've got audio of you saying you never looked in the cab. It just and lying. I mean, whether it's be to protect him. I mean, listen to this.
She did.
No, I didn't look in the cab.
And so she told me personally on when she sat on her porch and told me her side of the story that she went out there and looked and seen Summer in the vehicle. She told me that herself. She did.
Yeah, and she told me that she did. Yeah. So it's like, what? I mean, why are you lying? Why do you keep on changing your story?
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. I mean, the only reason why I would guess you would change your story is to protect your child. But even then, I mean, I wouldn't be able to protect my child if I thought there was something going on. I mean, do you think that anything could have gone on that day when they were at the swim hole? Because it just seems strange that not only does she apparently become ill while she's down there, he's intoxicated when he comes back. You've got Ali saying one thing and then the next. It's like we don't get any truths. It's trying to pull the truth.
There's a TikTok video.
TikTok video of that day of them showing Summer and Hunter at that swim hole is very weird. It's very odd. I don't know.
She swims away from him. Like she tries to get away from him.
Yeah.
Did you guys, that's something new that I never noticed or felt like happened, that she was swimming away to get away from him. Do you guys feel like that? I don't remember that, but I do agree with, obviously, Ali is lying. She isn't swimming away, yeah. I wish, Barbie, that there was a way to see that it was taken that day. Who was it that was recently saying that that video was not taken that day? They were saying, like, you saw her rushing away. You feel like they weren't even swimming that day? That might be why. That could be why Candace lied about Grandis being there. Was this something planned? Is that why H had to go there that day? You know, because I want to know how much, and I've said this before, I really, really want to know, and it will be very telling. And I know people have had their opinions and people have said that they didn't hang out much. But I want to know for a fact how much she picked up H before then. Like in the last, you know, since their fight or the Jose debacle. Or was this something that was very odd? I mean, it seems odd to us, but was it normal for them? Like, did she always pick up H? I mean, you think H was her alibi? I felt like Grandis was her alibi. Her saying H probably could have been an alibi too. Or could there have been, could she have paid him, or was, because it's just odd that you pick up a 14-year-old boy to hang out with you, a 39-year-old woman, and your 5-year-old child. There's got to be hospital cameras, Walgreens, yeah, cameras. Yeah, you would think that they would have the boys there, but then they say, oh, well, she was having them clean because of CPS was supposed to come there, you know? And it's like, Okay. If she knew CPS was going to come there, you would think that she wouldn't leave the boys there by themselves, because wouldn't that look bad? I mean, I know like the oldest boy was probably old enough to, but he wasn't really old enough to babysit them. Really. I mean, I guess some people start babysitting around 12, 13, but I know. It's also weird that his mom let him go with a 30-year-old and a child, right? Yeah. Well, almost 40-year-old and a child. It doesn't make sense. Do you think H stayed the night before this story is made up about Candace picking up on that day? I don't think so, because I don't think that Don wanted Candace hanging around him. Because that's just, because why would Candace tell H to be quiet when Don called? Kids to hang out with I would never pick up kids to hang out with all my kids, especially if I'm busy and have shit to do. Yeah, trust 3 boys to stay inside. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Of course, they're in the middle of nowhere, so the chances of somebody really coming up there is so rare. You can't see if they're home or not. You know what I mean? That people would have to know if Don and Candace were not there. Either they had to see them leave, but how would people not know, like, oh, is Grandis up there? Is one of these stragglers that she brings back from gas stations and random places, like, are they there? How would somebody know that nobody's up at the house except kids? How would somebody know that Summer's up there? Why would Allie let H go with Candace after she called the cops to get him out of their Exactly. She had to call the cops to get her kids back, which I don't understand this whole thing, what they're saying too, and having to call cops, like an adult, like harboring or hiding a child that's the only case that I could somewhat understand is if that child was being abused or mistreated, like real bad, even though it's still not right to hide a child, or at least you can kind of understand that because you're trying to protect them. But to hide a kid or not take a kid home or whatever because you want to party with them because you think that you're still a teenager. Perfect. Oh gosh, it would be crazy, I think, if it was the perfect crime. Yeah, but you can't see the truck. You can't see vehicles from down. You cannot see who's up there at all. Hey, Julie. Good to see ya. If Sheila's in here, I just read your email, and that's really cute. Sorry, I'm going to respond real quick to this. Actually, I guess I can respond. I could play a little bit of the video.
And I mean, I don't know if you know, there was a channel, Molly Golightly, and she actually went out to Tennessee and she took some great photos while she was there. But one of them, just see if I uploaded it or not. I don't know if this is it. It's not the best, but you can see as the waters receded, you can see all of the branches where, so you can see where the water line would normally come up to, and those branches are quite far out. I mean, it's just concerning. You throwing a kiddie off your shoulders, for instance, or you're playing in the water. It wouldn't take much to get injured, you know?
No. We take our boat out on that lake every summer, and we have actually pulled our boat into to where they were at, which is like to the left of where the horses are located. And that's a very like rocky part. Like if the water's down some, you can swim, but if the water is up, if it's full and the water,
It's hard.
You can't go out on there.
You get beat up. It's low rocks.
Yeah.
And somebody's left a comment here saying, Ali told another channel that H got home from his girlfriend's house and he was rocking back and forth in his room, and it took everything for her and her friend to get him out of his room. I mean, if that's the case, I don't know if I've heard that. I don't think I have. Have you heard that, Kat?
No, not directly that quote. But I did want to just quickly ask something at this point, just before we carry on, and that was did any of you guys ever meet Summer, or did you know her, or Candace, or Don at all?
I have met them actually. Yes. I live 2 houses. I live here. I'm Melissa's neighbor as well. I live 2 houses up from them.
They played at this park right over here with all of our kids.
Yeah, my son's aunt lives over there near them, and they had the Halloween before Summer went missing. They had did a corn maze over there, and Summer was out there helping them scare people and stuff. They let the kids get out there and have fun and get on the little corn things and like dress up and stuff. And my son had played with her and said that she was really sweet and she was fun. And it's hard on these kids because
they knew her.
Yeah. So how do you think it has affected any of you guys, Summer going missing, like personally, just kind of for a second leaving Ali aside? Have any of you or your family been affected by Summer's disappearance at all?
Yeah, I've consumed myself with it because it's too close to home. It's too scary.
Yeah,
it's your community, isn't it? It's your community that you live in. So yeah, I can imagine that.
Not only that, just not even a year or maybe 2 years prior to this, we had a 18-month-old go missing, and unfortunately they found her and she was dead, and her mom is now in jail for that. But it's
wow,
that's two babies. That's 2 babies. And I tell my daughter every day, you could have it could have been you. Like, I could have maybe not found you. Maybe they you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I just always think about that and our kids, because, if somebody took her, what if they stalked, everywhere they went? Like, what if they're watching our children play? And I'm over here every day.
Yeah, you got to keep an eye out for them.
It's interesting to get that perspective, like how it's kind of impacted the community as well.
Definitely.
That.
Yeah.
Yeah. The other day they were. I don't think they can hear me. The other day there was a post where there was a lady and somebody in a van trying to get this little girl to get in the car with her, and one of the neighbors had seen it and came over there and they drove off. So it's really scary because it's like, did something really happen to her, or is there somebody out here trying to snatch our kids?
Yeah,
it's
the unknown.
Right.
So as a kid, it's quite concerning. Sorry.
A lot of people just lying too much.
There's a comment here from Cher. She's another content creator. Hi, Cher. She says, when Ali says that when H got home, he told her that Summer was alive in the truck. Why was Summer being alive or dead even a conversation when H got home? Which I think is quite a good question.
Yeah, because she hadn't even went missing yet.
Right.
Yeah,
It just all hadn't even went in.
yeah, it's like her making the comment about, her and her spirit telling her that she was there with her. She hadn't even been gone a couple of hours. Why would you make comments like that? It's just,
I mean, none of it makes sense.
None of
Any
it.
of it. None.
No. So what kind of neighbors are
terrible.
You want
these
to know?
people?
You want to know? I can tell you.
Guys, do you want to know, guys? Does anybody want to know? Or
Yeah, I'm really interested.
yeah, go on, tell us.
What's
tell
it
us.
like living next door to them?
Yeah,
they're on the front.
I want to live next door to them.
They're loud and obnoxious.
They
They cuss their
are,
kids.
I call them the Yankees. That may sound awful, but oh well. But I just got into it again with them last night because they're awful. They run their mouths. They think they can bully people, and
Not over here. They're dirty.
I'm surprised you've not heard them since we've been on this recording, screaming and yelling at their children.
do they scream and yell a lot?
Yes.
Yeah, they're on the front porch.
Yeah.
You did tell me a story about the snake and the rats.
Yes. I was terrified. Yeah,
So apparently there's rats and things that live next door.
Yeah, but we don't live like that around here. That's not normal.
No,
That's the
not
way it did
everybody
on-
does.
No.
No, but you don't want it coming over to your house, do you?
Exactly. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Exactly.
And for you to act like the house is the problem, no, the house is nice. A home is what you make it.
It's
And
the people.
Exactly.
It's the people. So if you've got rats and roaches and snakes in your house, and the way they exaggerated it and act like it was a copperhead snake when it was clearly not a copperhead snake, I was just mind blown.
And I just want to make this statement, and I just want to make this very clear. I tried to be good to these people. I've given their daughter clothes when she didn't have any to start school with this year.
Yeah.
I gave, clothes to my daughter. I gave, for 2 pairs of tennis shoes that, my daughter only wore a couple of times. I gave a brand new pair of tennis shoes that my son only maybe wore like 2 times. I mean, like, never even got a thank you. Still just countless times of just constant drama, and it's just ridiculous.
Yeah, I got upset because I had given them clothes, shoes, and food and stuff, and then you turn around and see these 2 64-inch flat screen TVs on your back porch. It's like, why don't you
Yeah.
buy your
Well,
kids?
I was watching a channel the other.
Well, every time I've heard them on, that is definitely Allie's neighbors. I know I drove right by there and I recognize the area. And actually, the houses are nice. I guess there's some type of assistance houses or something like that, but they're like new and really nice. I mean, for government housing or whatever, like they're way nicer than anything I've seen around wherever as far as usually it's apartments and they're just not like the nicest, but yeah, they're nice brick houses. Oh yeah, they're always screaming. You could constantly, later on you'll hear them yelling, and it's like, oh my gosh, like it's nonstop. I mean, she's boisterous. She has a loud voice. I can see you, Heather. Hey. You thought it was Grandbun's house? Oh, is it? I thought it was, I'm pretty sure it's government housing. A lot of Section 8 homes here in California are pretty nice. Yeah, probably, because, yeah. Are you talking about H, Rihanna? Does anybody know? Wait. Does anyone know who the woman who was found dead in Kingsport? I think I've seen what you're talking about. When was this? I'm seeing a missing woman. Alicia Killen. Is that who you mean, Alicia Killen? Oh, the lady, the Candace's friend. Okay. Yes, what was her name again? I looked it up the other day. What was her first name? Brianna Tess. Let's see. Okay. Thank you. Man, she looks pretty rough in that mugshot, doesn't she? I've seen pictures of her where she's actually looks, pretty, and then you see this and it's like, whoa, don't do drugs, kids. Looks like she was, this is from March 29th of 2021. Isn't it crazy to think like this was almost exactly a year ago? And it just shows you how life is so unpredictable, and we could be here one second and gone the next. Like a year ago, you think she would ever imagine that she wouldn't be here in a year, or she would be dead. Like, here's some pictures. That's small. She definitely looks like a different person there. Isn't that crazy? Look how different she looks. She's only 20 years old. Wow. Yep. Same haircut. It looked like it was like almost like her haircut was more of a, like a, what's it called? When you have like short on the front and long in the back. Can't think of the word right now, but they're coming back in style. I'm like, whoa, I didn't know they would ever come back. Let's see. Investigation is underway in Johnson City after police say 20-year-old Breonna Tester was killed just after midnight on Friday. Authorities were called to 207 McCall Circle and determined that the manner of death was a homicide. We've got names that have been mentioned, so it's something that we're following up on at this point, said Lieutenant Don Shepard with the Johnson City Police Department. Hopefully at the end of the day or maybe early tomorrow, we'll have a little bit more of an idea of what exactly took place. The Johnson City Police Department would not reveal circumstances surrounding Tester's death, including how she was killed or a possible motive behind the murder. Shepard said she did not live at the location they were called to and is believed to have been experiencing homelessness. Investigators have worked the whole weekend in conjunction with assistance from the Washington County Sheriff's Department, Elizabeth Police Department, and Carter County Sheriff's Department. Shepard said, "We have been to a lot of areas and talked to a lot of people." Richard Hamilton and his family only live a few hundred yards from the unit where it happened. He says he didn't hear much that night. "I heard some yelling and I came out, but there were two people standing out here. I didn't really think anything of it because they kind of saw me and darted," said Hamilton. Sunday, there were two detectives. I think they were detectives, and they were talking to somebody over there, and then they left. That's all I've seen, and I didn't see any tape or anything there. I have no idea. He says most everyone who lives there knows each other, but he isn't familiar with Tester or the person who lives in that unit. "I know everybody's car, and there were a couple that were not normal, so I just thought somebody maybe moved in," said Hamilton. "It's pretty quiet. We don't have too much trouble here, and when there is trouble, usually the landlord gets them out quick." Oh my God, that's funny. I just read this notification. This right here: man arrested after flying drone with contraband attached over Washington County Jail. That's crazy. That's what people, I've heard of this now. Like people are now like using drones to sneak in drugs to jails and prisons. Wow. Hamilton wants to know more. There's a lot of kids that live here. There are kids all along here, and if somebody's murdered, they should know about it, said Hamilton. "We should be on high alert because who knows what happened. Like neighbors, police also want more information, emphasizing that tips can be sent in anonymously. We just ask that whoever her friends are, if they really care about her, reach out to the Johnson City Police Department," said Shepard. "Let us know what's happening, what's said, so we can discern what is real and what is untrue. What happened to Tester started an active and ongoing investigation. Authorities do believe the crime was isolated and there isn't a danger to the public." News Channel 11 reached out to several of Tester's friends and family members who were either not available or not interested in speaking to the media. Anybody who has information regarding the incident should contact Johnson City Police Department's Criminal Investigations Division at 423-434-6166, or to submit information anonymously, you may call Crime Stoppers at 434-6158. And it says you can text. Alternatively, you may text 423-JCPD and your tip to 847-411 to send a confidential tip or submit your tip to citizenobserver.com. Do you guys remember earlier on in the case, like when people were questioning whether or not they were asking, like, how do we know that this is an isolated thing and is the public in danger, or as far as with Summer? I remember people asking that very early on. Okay, one second. Has Candace spoke about this incident at all? JLR is in Tennessee. The family said they weren't friends. There was a video yesterday explaining it all. Check my email. Okay. I have to pull it up. I'm not signed into it, but okay, I'll show this. Thank you. CT. Or yeah, you go by CT now. I was like about to say your real first name, but a lot of people are changing their names because for some reason people think it's okay to just attack people that just because they're in somebody's chat. That's not okay. I'm going to be doing my hair here in a couple days. Probably back to I like that really dark blue that I had before. Anyways, so this is a post that CT just, I can't see what, oh, didn't mean to do that. One second. Okay. Sorry about that. Hold on, I have to tell my daughter something. I hear her. Okay, I'm trying to see here what it says behind, like what date this is. Okay, it says July 1st, 2021. So that part right there is covered up. And I've seen this post before, but she posted, this was so less than a year ago, July 1st, 2021. It would have been a couple weeks after Summer went missing. She said, I was charged with kidnapping when all I did was save a beautiful young baby girl's life. Her mother was not treating her right. So I took the baby to the closest person I knew in her family. So I knew the baby was safe. If I ever have to do the 12 years, I'm going to, because I will be happy knowing this little girl got someone to take care of her in a safe place. I love you so much, baby girl. I'm glad I got to save your life. Justice for baby girl. Oh, it's a cute little girl. Oh my gosh. So has Candace never spoke out about this? I would like to know, like, what she thinks about, is this somebody that she used to hang out with, or? I mean, I know they were Facebook friends, but is that all it was? Candace had added a lot of like questionable people to her Facebook. So who's the last person Candace is? Who's the last channel that Candace has been on? Has she been going live lately? I mean, I just looked at her channel and she hasn't. So, I mean, as far as going live on her own channel. A Facebook friend, don't know any more of a connection than that. No other evidence that they were real friends. Hey, Lori. Her mom knew her or something. Is it pertaining to Roxy? Is it pertaining to this subject? Let me see. Let me see what it is. Does it have like music or anything in it? Oh, okay. So it's about this. Okay. Nana's Angels. I think might have seen this. Oh no. My computer was stuck there for a second. See, she looks different in every. Is that her? Where's the tattoo? So this is called Nana's Angels. I'm gonna just put that in the chat here. I've never heard of this channel. I think I might have watched it, actually. I might have watched this video. Let's see.
Hey guys, glad to see you back. Glad to be back. Like and subscribe, guys. Leave your comments and thoughts and opinions down below. I'm going to be speaking up a little bit because I have several folks who have asked me to make my mic a little bit louder. So if I'm too loud, I'm sorry, folks. Just, turn your volume down. Okay, getting back to who of you remember last year, about 2 weeks after Summer went missing, on June the 29th, 2021, that was one of Candace Bly's friends by the name of Breonna Tester, who was arrested for kidnapping a child. She was 19 years old at the time. She was arrested at 9 a.m. that morning, and she was facing 12 years. She had a $150,000 bond with no release date set. Now, I'm not sure if she made bond or how she got out of jail. I haven't checked into it that much. I'm just jumping in here because I saw this news report. Well, first of all, she was saving a baby. She wasn't just kidnapping the child. She was saving, I think the baby is about 10 months old, and it is alleged that the baby's mother was feeding the baby a type of drug off of her finger. That drug starts with M. So, I mean, I believe she did the right thing. I would have done it too. But like I said, she was facing 12 years. I'm not sure if she got out on bond or if they dropped the case or what. I do know that she was out of jail. And I am sorry to say, but as of last Friday night, that little girl will never see the light of day again. And this was at the hands of another person. In an apartment at 207 McCall Circle in Johnson City, this little girl met her demise. Someone silenced her.
Okay, so yeah, we went over a lot of that information, but yeah, it is horrible. She does a little bit look like Gabby in that picture. But what's crazy is seeing her mugshot, and she just looks so different. Well, that's what she says now. She says she was saving the child. Do we know that for sure? That's a, that's a really good excuse. Is that, or has that been verified or beyond that? Did she get convicted of it? Remember, people can say like anything, the reason why they do something, because people would hear that and be like, well, I understand, just like I was saying earlier, I could understand hiding a child to try to protect them. I can understand that. Yeah, that's why I was wondering, are charges dropped, verified, you think? I know it doesn't even look like the same girl, right? Dreamcatcher. Hey, Metal Mike. Oh, the charges were dropped. Okay. Okay. Wow. Candace has been staying with her BFF Kathy going on. I know, isn't it crazy, Mama Bird? I was just showing her Facebook earlier, and it shows that she's now engaged. So Candace now, I guess, is engaged. She went from married to it's complicated to now she's engaged. Well, and she also looked like, her hair was like, she definitely, you could tell, like, was going through something in her life right then. It looked like, you feel like she's hiding, like, afraid an arrest is coming soon. Hey, Nana Kim. I know, right, Amanda? What happened to Candace fixing up her house for the boys? Not even there. Wow. Yes, good point. I have no idea, but the animals on the hill may be being neglected, right? Nobody's feeding the dogs. There's nobody there. Where are those puppies, guys? This is what pisses me off. Okay? And where is the rest of the puppies? And Candace was saying when I was there, oh, I'm keeping all the males. You're going to keep all the males here on this property that you feed, according to Jose, 2 little cups a day for all 13 dogs there was at that time. Why? Now you just leave them there and nobody's feeding them? But yet, and what about the dog I wanted? I wanted the adult dog Puddles, who was killed a couple weeks after I left Tennessee. But thankfully thankfully we did get Athena. I know, like, people think that she was taken too soon from her parents or her mom, and I get that. No matter even if she was like 5 to 6 weeks old, still they should be 8 weeks. But where would she be right now? I want to know where those puppies are. Did she just leave them all up there? Thank you, Mary Deethy. Another blind lie. Trust nothing from those lips of steel. What about her being engaged? Yeah, she likes to mess with people, so she'll put things in her, she'll put that she's in like Africa or that she lives in Africa or some crazy country on her Facebook, but I don't understand, like, though, playing games like that when you have a missing child. Oh, that's a good point. Where's Grandis? Okay, Grandis might be up at the house. Well, she did say she was leaving again, though, guys. Grandis was leaving. Trying to remember if she told me that or where I heard that, but she was supposed to be taking it off again. Use the dogs for dog fighting. Oh my gosh. Okay, Jen P. She left around the 17th of March. Grandis left. Okay. So all those dogs up there and puppies that everybody had such a big deal with are now freaking starving to death. That's great. Athena would probably not even, she'd probably be a goner right now had she stayed there. Of course, we didn't know that at the time. A lot of people thought so. Like, I mean, we can't tell the future, but you can look at somebody's past behavior, and it's usually a good predictor of their future. And they weren't very good to animals. They weren't even good to their own children. And it would not be a far-fetched to say that those animals were just left. I mean, definitely adult dogs were. Do you think Candace really found somebody to take care of those dogs while she left? I have heard that the puppies were taken to the church. I heard that. I also heard, though, that they were taken to the Humane Society. But Candace was telling me she was keeping all the boys. So did she take all the puppies there or just the female ones? Hey, Lisa. Okay, Tiggles, did you okay. Yeah, so what I'm doing about Discord now for members is, like, I'm sending the link through email. So I'll send that to you right now instead of posting it. I put a message on the members board about that, but there's an area where I put a link, like when I first started, first became monetized, that I can't figure out how to delete that link. That was like the original link for Discord, but it changed every 7 days. So it's way outdated. That one is. But yeah, so all members, like, if you're wanting to be in the Discord, email me. And the only rule is that you have to have the same name as YouTube. If it's okay, actually, if you use a different name, but I need to know your YouTube name, and there's a place, like, I could put it in notes on your profile so I can remember, because there's people that come in there, it's like you have no idea who they are because a lot of people use different names. Just if your name's different than YouTube, just message me so I can put it in the notes thing so I can. Okay. 1 second while I send that to her, and I will send that link real quick. Then I'll pull up Jen's email. I'm going to get a new link. That one's not in my clipboard anymore, so hey, there you go. Sorry about that. Okay, so you have does this have music in it? Hold on, let me check that real quick. I'll just mute real quick and check. Okay. I haven't seen this one. This one, it looks good. So this is channel name is Did You Catch That?
So I see so many of you jumping on the bandwagon discussing the death of Breonna Tester. Except you guys aren't discussing her death and the crime that was committed against her. You're trying to connect her to the disappearance of Summer Wells. Breonna was not a human trafficker. You vultures are already picking the meat off this girl's bones before her casket has had an opportunity to settle into the ground. You're calling her a human trafficker? She never met Summer. As a matter of fact, she didn't even know Candace. No, Breonna met Candace when she was 13 years old through the adults in her life. She didn't run with Candace. They weren't friends. She barely knew her. She was just introduced to her as a child. And you guys are saying that she trafficked Summer Wells. You're insinuating this girl trafficked Summer Wells because she's dead now and can't defend herself? For content, for views. Yeah, Breonna was charged with kidnapping a child. But she did not keep that child. She did not hide that child. The child was safe and handed over. She took a child out of a dangerous situation to help that child. Breonna loved children. She was struggling with homelessness. Breonna was homeless. So she obviously wasn't rolling in the dough, making money off of human trafficking, but chose to be homeless. No. She was just a young woman who was a victim of a crime that had absolutely nothing to do with the Summer Wells disappearance. We talked to Breonna back in September. We still have those communications. We did not release those communications because, for one, it wasn't relevant to the Summer Wells disappearance. She never even met the kids. 2, she was already struggling. She had already been victimized enough in her life that she didn't want to deal with any more humiliation. You guys are sharing her mugshot around, letting everybody know that she struggles with addiction. Like, she was already battling every obstacle against her to try to make her life better, and being dragged into this. She said that she did not have parents growing up, that her parents kind of left when she was really young and her grandma tried to help raise her. She didn't have much of a chance. I'm so glad that some of you guys are so perfect that
Thank you so much, Sandra. I'll play the rest here in a second. I have to. Okay, awesome, Tickles. So far, how I feel about this is kind of conflicted about like what she's saying. I agree with her in some ways, for sure. Definitely like in a lot of ways, but just because now I know some channels, it seems like all they talk about is Summer Wells like every day, when it's really there's nothing much happening. And I mean, Candace goes on channels and acts a fool or whatever, but just because something doesn't happen, see, maybe it's because it's like hits a nerve with me, because I always hear like, oh, what's that have to do with Summer? And it's like with all due respect, like people can talk about other cases besides Summer. So now if the girl, I would just say like the girl didn't want you to share your communications. That's reason enough not to release it. Like there's, to me, if somebody is like asking you to keep something quiet, and like I usually will respect that. Now, unless it's something like, which I say all the time, send me horrible, disgusting. Like I'm not talking about ones just like telling, making suggestions, but those who send just really hateful emails, yeah, I'm going to say it and I'll say it again. Like, yeah, I might share your email. I mean, I won't share your name and your personal information, but I might show it here. But as far as like, if somebody's talking to you about something and they're asking you like to please not share it, then I think that's good enough reason. It doesn't have to be because Summer Wells or whatever. There's a lot of missing children in the world. There's a lot of like crimes going on. People can talk about other cases. But it is, if her charges got dropped, then that is definitely important to, mention, because it does, you don't want to like, that's what a lot of people, when a lot of people find out, oh, she's friends with Candace or this person's friends with Candace, like, listen, I have a lot of people on my Facebook that I have never met. Hey, Autumn. Because for one, like I used to sell products a lot on Facebook. So I do have a lot of people on my Facebook I don't know. A lot of people do. And Candace is definitely somebody that she would just add like random, at least definitely before all this, she would have. She seems desperate to me for some type of friendships or friendship with people and stuff. So I do agree with her in some ways. Do not be I agree. Like, I agree, Frank. And don't be a hypocrite. That's the worst. Don't be a hypocrite. None of this fake outrage just because you don't like somebody or just because, no, that kind of stuff, which is a little bit off topic, but. Well, thank you, Angelita. I agree. And I personally think you've been respectful to even those who don't show you the same respect. Yeah, I'm just choosing to try to be the better person, and not stoop to people's levels. I have stooped to those levels, but I can decide at any point, like I have decided not, or to try to change that. It doesn't mean I'm not going to slip or whatever, but I have because a lot of people, what gave this channel, some people's opinion of this channel is because when we would have like Prayer Garden on panel, like screaming and yelling back and forth with somebody else. And so, yeah, it was kind of like got the Jerry Springer feel, and it does seem like drama, and it brings, negative attention. And so that's why people relate me to that. And I understand that. Why do you think your channel is only about Summer and poor exploiting missing babies? You do it to help. Well, my channel is not about. I understand what you're saying, but actually, like, when's the last time that we've been able to actually even go over a case where I've talked about Summer? I think the last time would probably be when I went over the CPS. Let's see, the last date, March 24th. Before that, March 16th. On March 10th, I did go over the whole Ziggy Valero thing in my experience with the lady. But yeah, I am by no means like at all saying that I am just going to talk about missing children. Not at all. I mean, we went over, what was the lady's name? I did a whole, like, that presentation on her on a cold case and stuff. I mean, it doesn't bring the same numbers, but it is something different. I've talked about the Chris Watts case. But yeah, this one was Dorothy Scott. A lot of times, like, I just come on lately, especially just come on and talk with you guys. So it looks like in the past, before that, March or February 12th or February 11th was when so yeah, it looks like about 2 or 3 times a month that I've been even talking about a case. And really it should be more than that, but it doesn't have to be a missing child. It could be, I mean, we talked about the girl which I was kind of looking at that yesterday. You guys remember I was talking about Sierra. She went missing. I'm trying to remember her last name. I can't really think of it right this second, but she went missing from Carmel, Indiana, and her husband was arrested. He hasn't been charged with her disappearance, but you would think so, Sugar and Spice, but okay, let's finish this video real quick.
You can make fun of a young girl who was brutally murdered, calling her a human trafficker, commenting cornbread mafia, and somebody else laughing at it. You're disgusting. I took screenshots of all of that, and you should all be ashamed of yourselves. This young girl was brutally murdered. She was homeless. She had just turned 20 years old. We're going to let Brianna tell you what happened. We still have those communications. It's so wrong that this girl just died and she's being thrown and trashed all over YouTube for content. She was a victim. She was a victim. I myself have.
Sorry, I have to stop it right there. She just said something that really, I don't. Okay, I agree with her calling her a child trafficker. That's crazy, and not cool, and trying to make her real friendship with Candace something more than it is, and I get that. And I'm not dogging on her at all, but I don't understand this kind of. I am so sorry to say this, but don't you think it's a little bit hypocritical that now she's deceased and you're now releasing the conversation? You just talked about how, oh, I didn't release this conversation because she didn't want any more negative tension. She was going through a hard time. I understand, like, she's gone now and it's not going to affect her mental state anymore. But if she asks you not to share it, I don't know. I mean, that's fine. Like, and I get it. Like, I wouldn't, it's since she's, I mean, it matters, like, what is in it. Would it affect her family and stuff like that? But I'm not saying like there's anything wrong with sharing it now, because now she's gone and it's not going to hurt her anymore. But there is others. But the reason why I have a problem with what she's saying is because she's sitting there saying, like, oh, all these people are making money on this girl and getting for views and stuff like that. And now she's going to release the conversation. Isn't that the same thing? Had she just released it and not said all this, and then I mean, I don't know if it would depend, like, what's in the conversation and stuff. Yes, yes, Angelita, it is. It's the Carmel case where the FBI got involved after she was last seen in Georgia. Is that? Yes, it is. Where she was going to her mother-in-law's house in Georgia, visiting with her husband, and she was wanting to leave. Yeah, she had been telling a friend that she was scared of her husband and stuff. He tried saying that she walked to the store in shorts and I think flip-flops, and it was like 20 some degrees out. That's what I'm saying, Angelita. Like, I don't I don't know. Maybe she didn't say, like, hey, don't share this or whatever. And I'm not saying, like, that she shouldn't share it, but if you're going to have the viewpoints that you have, and I'm speaking to her, I guess, this lady on the screen, if you have that viewpoint, like, how is it any different if you're going to release the conversation? It's the same thing that you're complaining about other people doing. Like, but since you feel like you're defending her in some way, it's okay. I don't know. I mean, of course, like, somebody who's deceased cannot defend themselves and stuff. So maybe she feels like she's defending her, or she's a voice for her, but I don't know. Just there's a little bit of hypocrisy going on. Some of it, like, I definitely agree with her about. Didn't they find her deceased in a shallow grave in a barn? Is that oh, wow. Did they? You didn't hear her say she was going to release them? What do you mean, Sarah, me? What do you mean? Are you talking about me? A shallow grave in a barn. Oh, wow. That Ziggy emailed him to her. I was watching that live. Oh, Sugar and Spice, you must be behind in the... Yeah, I know. I'm not that creator. As far as that situation with Ziggy Valero situation and that channel, it's not the channel's fault. But I just wonder if that Ziggy Valero told the creator that let's release those screenshots today if they had been released before months ago, because Ziggy Valero is kind of that type of person that would maybe not say. And I don't know, from what I saw of that live, and now that we're off subject from this, so I'm sorry if you guys weren't here earlier and don't know what we're talking about. But a creator today had a live and was releasing text messages between Grandis and a friend she made online, which was we now know is Ziggy Valero. But I released those same text messages months ago that Ziggy Valero sent me. So I don't know if she was dishonest to the creator and didn't tell her that it had already been released, but she didn't tell her, Sugar and Spice. That's what I figured. So, no, they didn't find... Hey, Aunt Lala. I need to respond to your... Oh, okay. Silly sausage. Is sausage a nicer way to say piggy? I mean, people who think they're okay making a video telling people off. Oh, okay. Yeah. I know what you mean. I'm not saying anything. I don't want this. I agree with some of the things she's saying. I'm just saying, I did hear her say she was going to release their conversations. Did she not? Somebody said I didn't hear her say that. Let's see. We're at 4:47. This was March 31st. Let me see if she's... I don't know. I thought she said that she was going to release it. Well, at least I do agree with her on one thing. I see. I mean, I agree with her on several things. I do agree with her on that too. But I don't see where she's released the conversations yet. So, but I can rewind it a little bit. I thought she said she was going to release it. I have a 5-year-old. I try my best not to swear. I know, Barbie. Oh, maybe if I'll just rewind it just a little bit. Just maybe I misheard her.
To deal with any more humiliation. You guys are sharing her mugshot around, letting everybody know that she struggles with addiction. Like, she was already battling every obstacle against her to try to make her life better, and being dragged into this. She said that she did not have parents growing up, that her parents kind of left when she was really young and her grandma tried to help raise her. She didn't have much of a chance. I'm so glad that some of you guys are so perfect that you can make fun of a young girl who was brutally murdered, calling her a human trafficker, commenting cornbread mafia, and somebody else laughing at it. You're disgusting. I took screenshots of all of that, and you should all be ashamed of yourselves. This young girl was brutally murdered. She was homeless. She had just turned 20 years old. we're going to let Brianna tell you what happened. We still have those communications. It's so wrong.
I don't know. Right there, that seemed like she's saying that she's going to release the screenshots, which is it's fine, but it's just it's not. It's different in a way. She's sticking up for her, but yeah. The woman wasn't found in a shallow grave. The woman with her 4-year-old that was giving her daughter to her ex because of visitation was found in a barn, and her ex is in custody. Oh, is that true? I know, homeless that young. I know, Barbie. Or I saw your comment earlier, Sugar and Spice, about what's the creator's name? All Things on the Farm or something. It's something farm. I don't know. I saw you said that they didn't share her Cash App. I'm surprised because just warn her though. Just warn her, that creator, if you talk to her, that she'll be emailing her all the time about needing money and stuff. This has nothing to do with this lady right here. I was just talking about the Ziggy Valero situation. Just on the news, so her boyfriend was Cassie Carly. This is a creator. This is the channel is Did You Catch That? I think I have watched her about something else, and I think it was with Griff. Ouch, about pull my earring out. Yeah, I've seen her before. I used to watch her or listen to her when I was. Oh, police said she was found in a shallow grave in the barn. Don't tell Athena that she's adopted. Okay, let's finish this.
That this girl just died, and she's being thrown and trashed all over YouTube for content. She was a victim. She was a victim. I myself have been in a situation where I had to take a child from that child's mother to make sure that that child was safe. The only difference is I was not charged. So many of you guys who are now making fun of Brianna and calling her a human trafficker, criminal mastermind, have said somebody should have stepped up and taken Summer out of that house. Somebody actually had the bravery to do something like that. Brianna did. When she was a young girl, she took a child out of a dangerous situation. You guys are going to be the reason why somebody ends up feeling like they can't step up and help a child because they're going to be painted in such a disgusting light like you guys are doing to her. We did not want to put these communications out, but you guys are villainizing this young girl who was brutally murdered and trying to make her into some kind of criminal because she helped a child. So now we have to humanize her because so many of you have villainized her. You guys should be so ashamed of yourselves. Like, you're going to be the reason why a child doesn't get helped.
No, the barn isn't the same case as Sierra and Carmel. Right, exactly, Lilacs. I agree. That's what I'm saying. That's where I don't agree with her either about that. Not that I'm saying that she doesn't seem like a lovely lady. I do not agree with that at all, what she's saying about the fact that you're going to be the reason why these people are going to be the reason why somebody doesn't step up and help a child. No, maybe actually, what happened in her situation will be an example of what happens when you don't do it the right way. Contact, just because, like, it doesn't mean you can't, like, call authorities and do it the right way, but you don't kidnap a child. I mean, I do understand in certain cases, like, there are times when somebody's being abused or essayed or whatever, and people do it because they're trying to save the child. I understand it. I get it. I do, but I do. I mean, I'm not even saying, like, who knows what I would do in that situation. Who knows? Like, if I wouldn't do the same thing, but it's still not saying that kidnapping's right. It's still illegal. It's still, but it's right. She shouldn't be called a child trafficker, but it is good to know. And I do understand in some ways it would be good to know, like, her communications as far as, like, to try to separate her a little bit from Candace, because people are relating to Candace just because she was Facebook friends with her. I have to agree, Frank. I think she came off not very genuine. Like, when I was watching that, I felt like she was acting. I didn't feel the emotion. I felt like I was seeing somebody pretending to act a certain way. That's how I felt, but that doesn't mean that some of the things she's saying isn't correct. It's just that I don't feel like the emotion was actually there. I felt like it was kind of forced. But I understand to be mad about somebody calling her a trafficker and stuff. If any one of the adults in the well should have called police right then and stayed with the kids until police arrived, not call later anonymously. That's true. That's true. I do agree with that, Scott. She's young too. Exactly. I do. If that's truly what happened, and I'm guessing it has something, there's got to be a reason why her charges were dropped. So, and that's important to remember. That's true. She can defend her and give some background without reading private messages. That's true too. She could. But here on YouTube, everybody is about the receipts. Even though when you show receipts, it still isn't good enough usually. But I agree with her on a lot, and I disagree with her on a lot too. So she made good points and some that I didn't agree with, but that, Oh, no, you didn't offend people at all, Jen P. I thought it was you didn't offend people. If you stay with a kid and make a report right then, as you see the abuse, they have to take that seriously and err on the side of caution. No, I used to watch her, Jen, because she was I can't remember. She was going through a situation, if I remember correctly, and it looks like she still is, with a creator that was really coming at me. And so when I watched her, it helped me. It helped to know somebody else like was going through the same thing. I don't see the videos up though. When I'm trying to, I don't see them, but I swear she had videos up about the same creator. But in that person's defense, though. Oh wait, I know who she was going after. She was going after. That's right. After I saw one of her videos, I see who it is now. Paranormal Invite, I think, is somebody that she was trying to expose. She might have emailed me, actually. If I remember right, she might have emailed me, or somebody emailed me with a link to her channel about Paranormal Invite, because he was kind of hanging around on this channel and they wanted me to know like his background or something. Well, thank you, Robin. Yeah, yes, Jin Hoffa. Yeah, she does have, just because like it's normal to not agree with somebody all the time, or you know what I mean? Like or I guess I should say it like this where it makes more sense. It's not normal to agree with somebody 100% of the time, no matter who they are. So just because you don't agree with somebody on something does not mean like you automatically dislike that person. I see a lot on YouTube of this, obviously, like it's bad. And I'm sure people sometimes, and they're going to say, oh, they do it to me too. Oh, they just like, do whatever, go along with whatever I say. I don't see that. I have a lot of leaders in my subscribers who have their own bias and aren't afraid to voice it, even if it's not mine, all the time. And I've always wanted it to be like that. I don't want people, because that was my issue with YouTube. And the main reason why I made a channel is because you couldn't tell an opinion without like the creator blocking you if it didn't match yours. So, and I think that that's like how it should be, but there are some channels, and it's so true, and some are worse than others, that just block if you don't have the same opinion. I'm concert ready. No, I wasn't, Mike, but no. Nobody was offended at all. Nope. No, I get sent stuff all the time that people agree with, don't agree with. We watch it and it gives us something to talk about and get people's opinions. Hey, it is what it is. Sorry about that. We are neither abused or oppressed on this channel. You're not my victims. You're not manipulated. You're not manipulated to believe all my horrible lies. You're not tricked to think I'm such a nice person, but I'm really like a she-devil. Well, thank you, Tickles. I feel like a lot of I don't want, like, people say, oh, and this is a normal insult for people to say. You hear about every creator, so it is what it is, but they'll say, oh, it's an echo chamber, or your channel's an echo chamber. you know, me personally, like, I don't want that. That's boring if everybody just agrees with everything. Now, there's a way to say your opinions, and I can tell, well, sometimes, like, I take comments wrong. So but usually you can tell when somebody means something, like, you can tell if somebody is saying something to try to, like, pick at you, because they'll say certain things that in a certain way, and you know that they're just trying to be an asshole. It's not like a differing opinion, you know, it's just trying to pick at you. But you're so manipulating, right? I'm a tyrannical leader. I know, I'm just a modern day Hitler. It's crazy. Oh, great. I better not say that, because now I'm going to be, oh, I knew it. I knew you were racist. You just admitted. A Zigster cult. Apparently, we can think for ourselves here. I can think for myself as long as you all agree. Right, Lilacs, I do too. All opinions should be allowed as long as they're respectful. And that's the whole reason why I was like, maybe I should turn off my camera for a little bit, because I keep messing with, I see myself and I'm like messing with my hair. It's ridiculous. Let's see, what was that comment? I try to be open-minded, and I want to be more open-minded and have more of an open chat, but unfortunately lately it's definitely been more restrictive than normal, because people are purposely, you know, trying to cause problems or keep drama going, and I'm really trying to move away from that. Like, it's okay. I mean, there's going to be drama. There's going to always be drama, no matter what. And I could change my name from True Crime with Ziggy, or instead of Ziggy True Crama or whatever, but it doesn't change anything unless you actually change it. And there's always going to be some kind of drama. So even if you don't own it, it is what it is. But I can make it less, you know, and learn ways to avoid where it goes to a level that is not healthy, or, you know. But May all the time. May disagrees with me all the time. But see, the difference with her, though, is that a lot of people is like, we can get in, like, completely disagree with each other about things. And sometimes I might say things like in a way that might sound kind of like rude, but May doesn't take it like that. Like, she's able to get over that kind of stuff. Like, some people, like, and I try to be respectful of people's opinions and stuff like that, but sometimes, occasionally, just like anybody, you can take somebody's comment wrong, or you can say, you know, you can feel like what their opinion is so ridiculous that it makes you just kind of sound rude or whatever. I don't know. I'm not saying May has a ridiculous opinions, because she doesn't. She's actually very level-headed and intelligent, but I'm just saying, like, we were disagreed on a lot of stuff, but she doesn't let it freaking hurt her to the point, like, she doesn't get butthurt over it. And I love that about her, because there's a lot of people who are just like snowflakes. They get really hurt very easily for just like calling them out about something without even mentioning their name or whatever. It happens all the time. And I mean, all the time. Like, I never thought people were that. Like, I've always thought I was more sensitive than anybody I freaking knew. But no. I'm seeing, maybe I'm not as sensitive as I thought I was. At least in some ways. Maybe I'm sensitive in some ways and not so much in other ways. Well, May does joke around a lot, but she's not, but she does have her own thought process and she doesn't like follow somebody. And I respect that. And I don't want an echo chamber. I don't want just people that have, because it the differing opinions leads to conversation. And then one side's telling their side like why they believe what they do. And then you have somebody else telling theirs. And it's like, it can be interesting. And, not boring. Well, I appreciate that, May, because May is like, doesn't want to. I've offered to. But I have to admit though, like, I'm sorry to put you on the spot, Mayor, and I hope I'm not embarrassing you. I don't think you get embarrassed that easily, but like, she's been around since the very beginning. I remember her from as long as I can remember. Like, my channel started last September, and I think she's pretty much been here since then. And I didn't know how to take, like, sometimes I don't know how to take somebody at first, but after they're around a while and stuff, and you see, like, it is easy to take people's comments wrong. But now, like, I've tried asking her, like, do you want to be a mod? And she doesn't want to be one. So that's the only reason why she's not a mod. I mean, the thing is, like, if you're a mod here, and I understand, I don't take it to heart. Like, be prepared to be, attacked. And it sucks. It's not right, but. Right, Bobby Lynn, it is nice when it can happen like that, but sometimes, a lot of times, I guess I should say, people get upset or they take the other person wrong. Yeah, and I'm guilty of that too. But I don't want to. That's why I used to unblock everybody after end of my. I stopped doing that just because, I'm sure I'll unblock everybody again someday. But like right now, if you're on the block list, you're there unless, I get an email and it was an accident or something. But besides that, yeah, you're there. And for now. But usually I wanted to unblock people because I'm all about forgiveness. It gets me nowhere, but I'm all about forgiveness. I treat people how I'd like to be treated, even though most people aren't very forgiving. Like, I'm probably way too forgiving. But that's why, is because sometimes somebody might be having a bad day and they say something, or, that they didn't mean, or maybe you took their comment wrong, or, I like to give people chances, because also people can change their minds about things. Like, maybe they didn't like something that you said at first and it really upset them, or something you did. And then after a while, they start to see, like, oh, you're not that bad after all. I mean, people can still watch, I guess, if you're blocked. It doesn't make sense. I feel like if you block somebody, they should. I agree with whoever said that earlier about there should be an option to block people completely from your channel. May is British also. We always say hilarious things, then the creator reads them out and they fall flat because we write it in British accent. Yeah, do you guys use words sometimes? I'm like, what does that mean? I will be so glad when they find summer, when most of us can go back to normal. Yeah, but unfortunately, after summer, it will be somebody else or another case. Just like how, and it doesn't have, for me, like, I am not wanting to just stick with missing children. Now, if that's the case that I'm like gravitate towards, then that's what it is. But, I've had it been a few years ago, I would have been talking about Chris Watts like everybody else, because I was that case was really drew me in from the very beginning for years. Then it was, I got Cash Gurnan. I followed that, but that one didn't last very long because they found, or they know who did it really early on. But yeah, after summer, it'll be somebody else. It never ends. It never ends. And it seems to be like it's always the same case everybody's interested in. I mean, for some, it's money. It's all money for some. But like, I couldn't do it. I can't get into it unless I'm actually interested in the case. So I can't just do something because, it's going to, like Gabby Petito, for instance. I did a couple videos on her, but everybody, remember when everybody like stopped like speaking on Summer because Gabby was, a lot of creators like totally jumped on that. And they just kind of forgot. It seemed like people were going to not talk about Summer anymore. Thankfully, like, they found out early on in that too, that the boyfriend was the one that did it. But there for a while, had that continued, Summer might have been, for a lot of people, just like put to the wayside. And yeah, I did it. But I just couldn't, I wasn't really as interested in the Gabby Petito case at all. That's funny. Nicely done. You're the nice girl that welcomes all to sit with her at the lunch table. The weird kid or the troublemaker sits with you one time and now they follow you. I've always been the type that have very big range of friends or people that, I do agree with the whole like birds of a feather flock together and stuff, and so it is good to, hang out with people you want to be more like. But I have definitely, especially now, not so much because I was in a relationship for 9 years and, kind of lost contact with a lot of my friends and stuff. But when I was very outgoing and social, not like I am now, I had all kinds of different friends from all different walks of life and social statuses, You only like cool people. Yeah, I guess I just like cool people. I imagine May has a much posher accent than me. I could tell from how she types. Isn't it crazy to think about Cash's murderer being right on camera for all of us to see? I know. Wasn't that so crazy? Seeing that the little boy's like last like few moments alive, like it's horrible. It's so sad. And his poor brother, like, can you imagine like what his brother's gonna go through? So sad, so horrible. I'm surprised that Monica, for those that don't know, the lady who Cash was living with at the time, which Cash and Carter were twins, and their parents, the father had custody, like primary custody, but he took off and he was dating Monica one time and he took off, I guess, and just left Cash and Carter there for I guess for however, I mean, I don't remember how long it was. It was a long time. And he just left him there. And the mother's like wanting to know where they were. But the mother had some issues. So she had lost, I don't even know if she had any type of visitation at the time. But yeah, he just left him there with this lady who was not, I'm surprised she didn't get some kind of neglect charges. You bet my house that Allie was asleep and she'd go out to the truck. ER visit takes longer than 2 hours in my opinion. Yeah, usually, yeah. I have usually, yes. But I have had a couple ER visits that were very short. Autumn, I just have to say, every time I see your picture, it is so, this picture only though. This picture, every time I see it, does anybody else think this that knows what I'm talking about? Your picture there looks exactly like Savannah Smiles back. Like, I haven't really seen her around. I think she's mad at me too, I guess. I don't know. But every time I see this picture, it makes me think of Savannah Smiles. But your other pictures don't look like her at all. Just, it's something that I think she used, first of all, Savannah has those like really full lips too, like awesome lips and I think she had a picture up that was kind of like this too, that just reminds me. I saw a channel that was playing Would You Rather. Was that Purple Nights? She does look like Savannah in that picture. She does, but in her other pictures I've seen, she doesn't. That's why it confused me. Like, I'm like, I saw that picture. I'm like, are you Savannah Smiles? I had a lamp sideways for that lighting. Yeah, but it's just that picture. Okay, I'm going to go here in a second, but I want to play the part where her and Allie get into, or these people right here get an argument when Allie starts yelling like, oh my gosh. It was actually, I felt kind of bad for Emma. It must be like way later on though. They cut off camera for a while. I thought it was really early on when it happened. And she like turned, oh, yep, it happens soon in like 2 minutes. So we'll just keep playing it.
Day, and Allie's been on it frequently. And, you know, the first thing they do is put her Cashapp for everybody. Now, you know, I have no room to speak. I have a channel here. I obviously have a Cashapp. I have people that send super chats every now and again, and it's all very much appreciated. But suspects, making friends with suspects and putting Cashapps up, to me is, I mean, to me it's not correct. But I mean, everybody has their own opinion on that. What do you think to that?
I think why they do this is because they want sympathy and they want handouts from people, and I think that's bullcrap.
And I've done that.
And
I've done that and got hurt so many times. And I'm tired. I'm tired of the laws and being burned and being made out to be something that they're not.
She's definitely no hero.
Yeah.
Because if that was, then you'd be telling Hunter what's the truth. Like, where's the truth? Like, what is the truth? So we can, you know what I mean? Bring the little girl home to be a hero.
Yeah, I mean, that's why to me the big lie to me is her saying that she got up off that porch and went over to that truck. Because if something had happened to Summer, and say for instance she never made it back to that house that night, that day in that truck, by, you know, it could be that H doesn't want to say, or he was too intoxicated to know, or something. But by Allie turning around and saying she got up off that porch and went over to that truck and telling the TBI that, and telling people online that she did.
Hi. We're not telling the truth. That's what we like. You're a liar. You are not telling the truth.
Show them what kind of neighbors you're like.
You're not being harassed. Somebody's talking to you. She's recording us, mad because we're recording. We're telling the
That's
truth.
fine.
It's a bull crap. So
Ignore
yeah,
her.
because this is what we have to do with this. Yeah, it's on a daily, but it's bullshit for us to do an interview. Hang up. She's recording us. Hi.
In that truck by, it could be that H doesn't want to say, or he was too intoxicated to know, or something. But by Ali turning around and saying she got up off that porch and went over to that truck and telling the TBI that and telling people online that she did.
Hi. We are telling the truth. That's what we are. You're a lie. You are not telling the truth.
Show them what kind of neighbors you're like.
Hi. We are telling the truth. That's what we are. You're a lie. You are not telling the truth.
Show them what kind of neighbors you're like.
I was trying to zoom in so we can see over there. But you know what's weird? Like, I thought what I found strange when I saw this video is, and it's off topic. It's not about Summer at all, but I didn't know people put like kitchen tables on their porch. Like, I know patio furniture, but I noticed, like, aren't they? I don't know. I know it's silly to say, but it's weird to me because I never seen people do that. And Allie does it, and it looks like these people have like, it's not like patio furniture. It's like, looks like a kitchen table or something. Let's see. Not that it's important. I'm just, just saying it's totally not important. And it's just weird for two of them neighbors to have that. But I've seen it, especially those plastic round tables and chairs. But I've even seen, couches. That's usually with college towns. That's true. Yeah, that is true. Okay. So yes, when people are young, and they may not have, if they're in it's a frat house type situation, bunch of college kids living together and stuff, a lot of times they'll do stuff like that because they don't have money to go buy patio furniture. Patio furniture is super expensive. I had that on my wish list when I don't put my wish list on the chat anymore, but I was like, I took it off there because I'm like, man, it's too expensive. I can't put that on there. It's like crazy. So I see why people would do that because, man, is it expensive. Mike, not these ladies, though. These ladies are normal size. Gosh. Mike doesn't have much of a filter. I've seen some of those things he says, I'm not saying really here, but he just says what's on his mind and gives no F's. At least he gave a little warning at first. He said, this is going to sound wrong. It's like a warning, warning, I'm about to say something really offensive or shocking. Hey, Sassy. I'm not, I mean, I guess what is normal size, I suppose, like, but I don't know. I think he's just trying to, I thought he, maybe I shouldn't have like read that comment out loud, but that was, it's hard. It's too hot to stay in the house. We just move outside. Must be their dining room on the porch. Yes, even cushions for the patio furniture will set you back a bit. I mean, I'm sure you can buy used patio furniture and stuff, but but if you want decent like patio furniture, even used, it's gonna be expensive. Like, I shouldn't talk, actually, guys. I shouldn't even be talking right now. Like, I have a camping chair on my porch right now, and that's because I don't have any patio furniture, but it's it's just one chair that I put out there to sit there sometimes, but it's like just a folding chair. So it's not the classiest thing or the nicest thing, but man, it's so expensive. We have a swing on our front porch and we literally just people watch. Is a great pastime. I love people watching. That's why I love South Beach, Miami, because if you love people watching and seeing very interesting people and just, I mean, oh my gosh, is that the place to go? You'll see all walks of life, from like homeless to celebrities. You'll see a lot of nakedness, a lot of people walking around G-strings, or you might see a homeless person taking a shower in the shower things for the ocean. I've seen that. You'll see people sleeping in front of store doors, like in the evening. But then you'll see this stuff, and then you might see like a drug deal. You might see. I mean, all walks of life. It is definitely interesting. I love South Beach, but that's just because I like to people watch. I don't even drink anymore or anything. I never went to South Beach when I was like still partying and stuff, but it's definitely interesting. A fold out fishing chair, kind of like that. But like, it's not like a metal one. It's like one of the cloth ones. And even those are still kind of expensive. They're $50 or something. I bought one of those and I'm really mad. Like, I don't know what happened to it either. We when we first moved back to Indiana, we had a house that my ex fixed up, and he fixed up and he resold it. He did, I mean, amazing job. But I bought one of those and it's super expensive. It was like $200. $200 for a they're called gravity chair. It was a gravity chair. It looks like patio, like it looks like just like camp, something you would use by the pool or something. It's not anything fancy looking, but man, yeah, they're expensive. Even regular a canvas one. Yeah, that's what mine is on the porch right now. It's disturbing to me that Allie has been caught in so many lies. I know. Then Pidgey throws her Cashapp for her. Yeah, I did at one point, like when I went to Tennessee, I was wanting to speak to Allie, but at the same time, like she had already spoke. So speaking to her or like Jody Sue wouldn't have been that interesting for people to hear, because they had already spoken actually just days before Molly Golightly and them spoke to her. So I did drive by there with a local and stuff, and I didn't see him outside. I did see Grand Bun. I do have pictures of Grand Bun. Like sitting, I'm sure I showed you guys or showed you. You can't really see her, but I took a picture. She was sitting in the bus, like she was waiting on a bus. And it was during Grand Bun days, so she still had the Grand Bun and didn't have the short haircut. $70 for a gravity chair? Really? Mine was $200. Hey, G Crime. Pebbles, yes, Pebbles. I'm trying to think, like, I wish I would have put all my pictures from Tennessee in, because you in like a folder, so it'd be easier to find, but I'd have to scroll and scroll. Or is there a way to filter? Wish there was a way to filter. I could like to go through your pictures, like where you could search. Oh, there it is. There is a place that says, okay, hold on. Let me, sorry, I'm just gotta email it to the computer so I could just show you guys. It's not really that interesting, but you can tell just by what I'm showing you. That's how I can tell that they're definitely, obviously we heard Allie, so we know what they're her neighbors. So there was no doubting that. Let me know if you figure out. I figured out where I pulled up photos, but I have an Android. I like Androids. I know my daughter says that I'm a dork because I have an Android, but whatever. It's a nice Android and I like Androids. Sorry. So this was taken in a vehicle. So the window is, it's kind of hard to, I did show this picture. I probably have things I didn't even show you guys because during that time, that's when things started going crazy for my channel after, and I knew what I was getting into. So it was definitely expected that I was going to have some haters or people that got upset about Tennessee. But this is her. It's hard to see her because because of the glass and stuff. And it's hard to see her hairdo, but she was sporting the Pebbles look this day. Androids are so much better than iPhones. My sisters always and family all have iPhones and stuff, and they always want me taking pictures like when we're together because Android's mine's camera has always been better. Is that a grow tent? That's a bus stop. I told you guys. No, this is a Tennessee bus stop. This was Grand Bun right here. This is right in front of Allie's house. I was kind of nervous. I'm like, oh my God. I didn't know. I'm too shy to just go up to anybody and, question them or anything like that. Aw. Poor freaking. Oh, let me show you guys this one. I'm sure I showed you guys these or this one, but I say all because Puddles is no longer around, but it's sad to know that, And of course, Candace didn't want to freaking. That's what people are saying. Why did you have to have a puppy? I saw people saying, why did you? There was tons of people offering her grown adult dogs. I'm like, no, nobody did that I saw. But either way, dogs are a dime a dozen in there. I could get a dog anywhere, okay? But that we know that those dogs there are not properly taken care of. So, and I did want an adult dog. But, like I said, Candace said, oh, that would break Sandman's heart. Well, look how it would break Sandman's heart, but now you throw him under the bus. Like, you now all of a sudden, like, you don't seem to care about his feelings now. It's irritating because now this dog is not alive anymore. There's Puddles. Very, very sweet dog. The best dog out of all of them. And yeah, he was really sweet. A couple weeks later, I didn't know because actually, I don't know how I didn't know. You would think it would have got back to me, but I didn't know till like weeks later after he passed away that he had passed away. It really pissed me off when I heard it because, I don't know how somebody could have hit him though, because there's nobody that goes up and down that road. And the way the road is, you don't really go fast down that road. It's like, it's too curvy and just, so I don't know how somebody hit him. And it really makes me sad. Those are my sneakers. Yeah, I showed you guys these sneakers and actually, yeah, here she's wearing them, thankfully. But yeah, usually tennis shoes she doesn't want to wear. Yeah, Puddles could have lived a good life. Oh yeah, don't say it. No, I'm glad we have Athena and stuff, and I want to know like what's really irritating. And I know this is like, but I reached out to somebody who's kind of been. I'm not going to say her name or anything like that, and I'm not going to share our communications, but because I think I upset her because she didn't respond because I was kind of annoyed, but she didn't mean it. I could tell she was trying to be nice, but I don't understand. Okay. People and it's not just her, like it's a lot of people. And I don't get it because I don't see anybody else. Like, how much of the population of the world do you guys think has dogs, that owns dogs? Like, what would you say a percentage of people, like households? 75%? Above that? Would you say 75%? Like, what would you guys guess? Oh, no. 80%? I was like, I thought that my computer froze. 80, 70. Barbie says 38. You think less than half? Some people only think around 40 or 30. Oh, I would say 75% would even be low, but 3 dogs, so you're overrepresenting. Oh, you do have those shoes, Lavender? So you're not joking? Someone's done stole my YouTube name. Oh, really? You really have these same sneakers? Lavender, I thought you were joking. I thought you were just trying to say you liked them. Those shoes are freaking cool. They're Air Force Ones. And they have pineapples on them. They're so awesome. 82%. Oh, so you do have them. I thought you were joking, Lavender, and just trying to say you liked them. They're cool. I got them from Goat. That's where I got her Jordans and this Air Force. But anyways, she goes, those are mine. Yes. And then no. So I'm confused. Okay. So the reason why I was asking, like, what percentage of people in the world do you think has average? I know it does depend on area, like New York and stuff like that. People still have dogs, but probably smaller. Like a lot of people live in apartments and stuff. Like people still get dogs, but just smaller usually. Anyways, the reason why I say that is, and I know these people who are, people who, not just in my case, but anybody's case, when they don't like somebody or they're criticizing somebody, they don't care about being offensive or anything. I know that. I understand that. But when you have somebody who is, well, you think they're, I don't know. The lady that I was emailing with, I reached out to her because I was trying to basically smooth things out over with her and stuff. And I think it started to work. But anyways, one thing, like she listed, I didn't know that she was going to go on and on about all the things like I've done that have bothered her. Okay. Which of course, half of the things at least were not true or highly exaggerated. People don't have the right idea, but it's hard to watch everything. I get it. Okay. But she gets on the dog situation, okay? And she goes on to say, like, trying to tell me, which I found how freaking offensive. I am 41 years old, guys. This lady, she's probably a few years older than me, but she's not like, she's in her 40s, okay? I would say. So she's like near my age. And she's, people trying to tell me how to raise or how to take care of a dog. Like, and not just like normal stuff, but like I'm an idiot or something. And it's just so offensive. Like, I have never in my real life ever heard anybody be so critical of somebody for having a dog and constantly trying to tell them, like, and what she was saying that really bugged me was like, and still now too, was trying to say, because now, since, it's obvious I wasn't taking Athena back to that hellhole, and now it's months later, and now she's survived. People thought she was going to die. No, they didn't think that. They just want to give me shit. But anyways. So now they want to say, instead of like, take Athena back, they want me to give her up. Well, of course, some people are trying to say that she's abused, which is not true at all. She's freaking very spoiled. But anyways, she didn't bring up like any abuse allegations, but she started saying things like, puppies are a lot of work, and I think you feel like if you kept her, or you have to keep her because you don't want to get rid of an animal, and you want to take care of her because you committed to her, but it really would make you a really great person, and it would say a lot about the person you are if you gave her over to the animal shelter or the Humane Society, and then they could find a home that could really that could take care of her properly. Excuse me? Excuse me? That is so offensive. Like, if you don't want somebody to get upset, like, how do people not know how offensive that is? And I mean, I know that some people are purposely trying to be offensive, but she wasn't. Like, I didn't think. Most of their email was like nice and stuff, but I didn't. But that is so offensive. You want me to give Athena up? You've never been to my house, really, I've never even seen you in chat. I mean, maybe you're watching, like, behind the scenes. Like, I didn't even know she made bad videos on me. I never watched them until I was directed to one of her videos, and I was watching it. She had done one, and I was like, wow, I'm having a hard time disliking this lady. Because I was listening to what she was saying. She seemed educated. She seemed well put together. She was making a lot of sense, and that's why I reached out to her, because I saw a video up, and I know that she had been going after people that I consider like my friends and stuff. So I thought I could I'm like, she sounded like a rational person, and that's why I reached out to her. She seemed like she would be somebody who was level-headed and stuff. So that's why, because usually I don't just like reach out to somebody like that, or I wanted to talk to her. I hadn't even seen her chat, but telling when she came back and listed all the reasons why she had an issue with me and stuff like that at one point or whatever. And when it came to the dog situation, I just could not roll my eyes any harder. Like, I was so offended, like, to say that I should give up Athena and send her to a shelter so they can find a home for her that could properly care for her. What makes you think? How many freaking vet appointments have I taken Athena to since I've had her? Like, so, but I tried to nicely, I'm not upset with her or anything, but I'm just saying, that's offensive. Like, you're sitting here telling me, why would this person think I can't take care of a dog? Like, how much of the population has a dog, and you're sitting there telling me that I should give up the dog to a shelter when I don't know what's going to happen to her? And who's to say that she's going to go to a good home? I don't understand why somebody would think I can't take care of a dog. And why, when I get an animal, I keep them. I don't give them up. I know. Like, what if they put him down? That's what I'm saying, Angela. You don't, I get it. Like, I don't think it makes somebody a bad person or whatever. If you can't take care, and that's basically what she was saying. Like, if it's become too much, don't, it won't make you a bad person to give her up to an animal shelter where they could give her a good home. But I'm like, when did I ever say Athena's too much? So just our children annoy us. Like, no other at times, right? Everybody knows that. Your kids freaking can annoy the crap out of you at times, but you love them more than anything in this world. Well, most people do, okay? I mean, I do. I love my child more than anything I can ever. My daughter's my everything. But so that doesn't mean, though, like when they annoy us, we just give them away. Or that we can't handle them. That doesn't mean anything. People get annoyed with their kids, and that doesn't mean that they can't handle them. So I guess the only thing I can think of, and the reason why she would think that, is because when the times Athena's been in here, and like she's like constantly on me and just, bugging me while I'm live, and she doesn't do that, it seems, until I go live, and that doesn't mean, though, that I can't handle her or that I don't want her, or and then they try to say, like, I can't, that a dog's expensive, I can't afford it. I'm like, are you freaking kidding me? By the way, where is Melissa Gomez? Every time that she's missing, you know it. What makes somebody think, like, if I can't take care, I've seen people, like, that have no business having animals, like Dawn and Candace, for various reasons. But they want to sit here and I didn't know that they know my finances so well. You know what I mean? Like, how do you know that I can't afford an animal? We're not talking about like 5 dogs. We're talking about one animal, which let me tell you, her vet appointments have been really expensive. Okay. But I am 41 years old, and I have, like, I knew what I was getting into. There's a reason why I have not had a dog there was a short time I had a dog, a boxer, when we took in my ex's son's dog, who's a he's a sergeant, and he had a retired police dog, and this other dog, they didn't get along. So we got the boxer, which was the best dog I can ever imagine. But boxers don't live long. But man, was he a freaking great dog. And we only had him, unfortunately, for a year or a couple years or something, because he was already, for boxers, 8 years is their life expectancy. And they get that hip neurological damage in their hind legs. German Shepherds and boxers do sometimes, where they lose control of their hind legs and they just drag them behind them. And it's the saddest thing ever. And he used to follow my ex around everywhere because he was a landlord. He owned these apartment buildings, and he would always be outside, like, working on stuff. And there Tyson would be, which was his name, Tyson, the boxer, following him around everywhere. And it was just very depressed. He got very depressed, and you could see it, like, oh, it would just kill me. It just killed me. And we stayed on one of the top apartments. And so having to carry him downstairs, and then we had to let him stay with one of my ex's friends who was renting an apartment. One of my ex's friends who was renting an apartment downstairs, because Jim was constantly having to carry him downstairs just to use the bathroom. And I was like looking for, my ex started, and I always say my ex instead of his name, because I don't, I'm trying not to put his name out there, but whatever. He's been doxxed so much, and his name is common anyways. But yeah, he started talking about having to put him down, and I just would freaking cry, and I didn't want to, and I was looking for wheelchair things to put on his hind legs, and like, but you know, we were in a top stairs apartment, so it was just, it's so sad. So I did have a dog for like a year or a couple years, but before that, I don't even, it had been a very long time, several years since I had a dog. And there's a reason, because I'm more of a cat person, but because I'm a cat person, that doesn't mean I can't have, you know, my daughter loves animals. So, you know, it doesn't mean I can't warm up to a dog. It's just that I've always tend to gravitate more towards cats because they're just chill, and I don't like the hyperness and stuff that, you know, but yeah, I don't know why I have to explain that. You know what I mean? Dachshunds have back issues. They do. That we have an older one that got down twice, but we had treatments, and thankfully she started walking again. Yeah. Wow. And it was tough, and we could slowly see him get worse and worse. And he just like took him to the vet one day and didn't return with him. And I'm just like, because the vet convinced him that it was best to put him down. And it was the saddest freaking thing ever. And you know, Jim we both said we're never getting a dog ever again because it was too sad. And dogs, it's almost like you can just feel their feelings sometimes. I know, MB, but I know. It's crazy, right? I get it. I understand where you're coming from there. I get it. I'm kind of just blabbing on right now, but you're right. I do try to sit here and like defend myself all the time, sometimes without even thinking, and about the silliest things that most people that you never hear in your real life. And that's why, like, you would think that's why a lot of subs who are normal are like, why are you even defending yourself or even explaining yourself about that? It's silly, you know, most normal people, but those who are really out to find anything negative on me, or they can, they started making me feel like, man, like really, like I'm a bad person because, you know, yeah, I made mistakes. The puppy was too young and stuff, but I'm a bad person because Athena's not chipped yet. Really? That's your topic of conversation, is whether or not Athena's chipped. Like, do we do that to every creator? Are people asking Josh if his dog's chipped? No, I'm not picking on Josh, but he just came to mind because he got a puppy recently. Is that a normal thing? Like, not asking, but basically accusing. And it's not, I understand asking just because you're curious, but they're like accusing, you know, basically trying to catch me like something I'm not doing exactly right, that they feel. I had 12 cats because people kept letting them out and I would feed them out. I know, Breach. I'm a cat person too, but I can't stand the cat pee smell. That's the tell them the fuck the fuck off. You're out to get me, Frank? Dog, cats, and parrots. We went and looked at birds the other day. I would never get a bird. Oh my gosh. But man, and they were freaking expensive, thousands and thousands of dollars for a cockatoo. But man, are they cool. But he said they'll bite your finger off, like clean off, he said. And some freaks like me. I've never chipped a pet and mine have been fine. No, and then Yeah, and people were saying that, and then there was somebody on, Heidi was on panel, and she would said that she was like, they were like giving me a hard time about. I saw this person talking about it, and they were saying I brought up the fact that she didn't have Athena chipped yet, and I found it hilarious when she was defending not having an Athena chip that Heidi was on panel saying that she had all her dogs chipped. Okay, you failed to mention like half the other people in the chat saying they'd have never had their animals chipped. I don't know. It's just silly to me. Like Athena was at the time like 2 months old. I know chips are first world problems for sure. That is. Right, Roxanne, it doesn't like, I just find it funny. That's why a lot of times I talk about it, but yeah, I do catch myself like all the time. That's why I can't watch that. I cannot watch it. And what sucks is that, and it's not anybody here, any of the subscribers' faults or anybody I talk to's fault, because I really have to be keeping watch certain things because of this a certain situation I have to keep for court and stuff. And unfortunately, to know what I need to keep and what I don't, and what would be helpful and what wouldn't, or I have to freaking watch the shit. And when I watch it and I hear lies, I feel like I get on these. I'll sit there and freaking type like long paragraphs. I'll go live. Like I haven't done that for a while, like going live defending myself because I can't talk about this. I'm not going to talk about the situation live, but just like what I did the other day, it doesn't help. And I know it. I know it's not good. I know I should not make any or even respond to any of it because it's pointless. But I feel like, there's something in you that's like, oh, you got to, show them the proof. Just like when they were trying to say, here, I'll show you guys the newest thing and this is what happens when I watch this stuff. And that's why I can't watch it. But at the same time, like I don't watch these whole lives of them. But I do look at clips because I save them and put them, I label them. And that way because I'm going to have to, at some point, I don't want to have to go through hours and hours and hours of clips to find out which ones I need. If I could just do it right then and label them correctly, instead of because that's what happened when I went to, let's not get into that. But let me just show you what happened the last time I listened to stuff being said about me. And I was just talking to Tabby about this the other day too, because, I know it's hard, and that's what I understand where she's coming from. But I tell her all the time, like, you cannot watch that stuff. You cannot watch it. It will drive you crazy hearing those lies about yourself, and you'll feel like you constantly have to defend it. And it doesn't change anything. Defending yourself, it does nothing. And actually, it makes it worse, really. But for some people, it's harder than others. Like I have no problem not watching this shit, but it just sorry that I'm cussing. You can tell when I'm a little bit irritated, I start cussing a little bit. But hey, Lemon Drop. Yes, Tabby's truth we're missing, and we, because she gets really affected by it. And this is, I love Tabby, but. Sent you a link to Discord to an article about passing a bill in Freeland to revise criteria for alerts to the monkey. Oh, okay. Check that out. Hey, Kaya's opinion. I was actually about to get off here, though, but if I end up staying later, I'll definitely pull it up. Anyways, I was talking to her about this, and people have talked to me about it all the time. Probably many of you guys here are like somebody asked me, I think it was, I don't know, I'm not gonna call them out, but they can say it if they want. But there's many people who ask me like, or tell me like, don't watch it, don't watch it, or why are you watching it? Well, I don't watch it. Okay, actually, I do not watch these lives about myself at all. I've never seen one of like a whole video of like JTRs or that. I've seen clips and stuff. I don't watch that stuff, but with the one, I have to see it, which sucks. So all the time, you guys are saying like, why are you watching that? Well, I have to, of course, in this one situation, but yeah, I usually don't. But for people like what I was telling Tabby, like if I was in her situation, I get it though. It's very hard. It's easier said than done. Oh, it has side effects, Linda. The next thing worse is when someone who is a friendly alerts you it's about something. I know, MB, and there has been times when I've told, like I said to you guys and stuff, and that's actually how. Well, I'm not going to go there because I don't want to. There has been times where I've said to you guys, like actually all the time, I used to say, especially after Tennessee, it's like, please don't send me negative stuff people are saying about me. Usually I don't want to know. I don't care. But in the one instance, like for court, yeah, I need it, but that's fine. But I don't care about like JTR or any of those. Like, I don't care to see them, And I've said many times, especially when I'm not in a good place, like, please don't send me that stuff. But yeah, it's just, you just can't even click on it for a second, because the second you hear, seriously, like I try my hardest to I hate it. I hate having to listen to clips. I hate it because this is what happens when anytime I just happen to hear something because of a clip or whatever, or I see a comment. That's why I don't even usually reply to my comments. I don't even go to the comment section because I'm going to see negative comments. And what's going to happen is I'm going to have to freaking defend myself. I know I don't have to, but I do. Like one of the things that was said up the other day when I heard it in a clip, and it bugged me, is somebody was trying to say that I lied about when I first got on YouTube. Like, and it didn't, I'm like, really? Why would I lie about that? That doesn't even make sense. Okay. And the reason why they say that is, okay, so I made like 3 posts about it. This is what happens when you become like, I write these long posts and long comments to people and trying to prove that I'm not lying. And it's the stupidest thing. Okay, so like they were trying to say, because the date right here, the first one that they were that was really being focused on was this Benny Keys one. And that's because it, like, obviously we know Benny Keys is from YouTube. So they focused on this one, and people were searching my profiles and different like social medias to dig up information about me, I guess, because I guess they think got secrets. Okay. And I guess they thought one of my secrets is that I lied about when I came on YouTube, because I said I didn't start YouTube until September 2021. Why somebody would lie, why I would lie about that, and why people would think that, I don't know. It's pointless to me, but it was just a way to make me look like a liar, okay? So, of course, like, I decided I had to prove myself, and I'm like, Twitter, at least on my end, I don't know, like, how it is on your guys's, and I don't know if it's like, and obviously, whoever took this screenshot, it was like that on their end too. They put their dates backwards. Like, they do it like European way. So they were trying to say that this was June 10th, 2021. And thank God, actually, somebody brought my attention to it, because I was like, how? I was stumped. I was stumped for the longest time. And I think it was it Mama Steph, or no, it wasn't Mama Steph. It was a blonde. I'm trying to remember. I don't know. I guess it doesn't remember. Sorry if I forgot. It was, I remember her speaking up in a voice chat and saying, "Can I speak up about this?" And because there was a bunch of people talking, and she was like trying to just say something, and she kept being talked over. Thankfully, she did. She's like, "Well, Twitter, that doesn't mean June 10th. That means October 6th." I'm like, oh my God, you're right. Because I was stumped. I'm like, well, how the heck does that say June 10th? I didn't even know. I mean, I knew of Benny June 10th. Yeah, I knew of Benny June 10th. But that doesn't even make sense. I didn't have a channel June 10th. Like, I didn't go live. I've had this account like forever, but I didn't go live until September. They put their dates backwards, like how they do in most other countries. This October 6th, 2021. And it's a stupid thing to have to prove about, like right here, October 5th. Oh, dang it. If you would just scroll down, if I would have paid attention too, you would see, like, obviously, it's just one day after, you know, it's like, you could tell, like, October 5th, October 5th, October 6th. Then, of course, since I heard that, I had to all of a sudden prove myself about, and then they were continue to say, because once you hear one time, you have to keep listening, because you're I don't know. I can't do it, because that's what happens. I get obsessive like this, and that's what I was talking to Tabby about. You cannot listen, and there's going to be times where you hear something because somebody, for whatever reason, but for the most part, like, you can avoid it, especially if you're not in like my type of situation where you have to be keeping clips and listening to them and stuff. But usually most of people don't have to. So why subject yourself to that negativity when people are going to talk, say stuff like that? They're going to say the worst things imaginable. Like, don't subject yourself to that. And I know it's easier said than done, but so I showed here because they were trying to say, like, oh, no, that's not true. And laughing and say Twitter doesn't put stuff backwards. Well, then I posted this, and this is where you see, March 12th. Okay. Well, here's the one that thankfully somebody had that really proves what I was saying. You could see that whoever took this screenshot didn't do a good job. This was posted on somebody's wall, and they didn't do it. They were obviously searching Ziggy to get dirt on me, because you could see down here, there's an account called Ziggy the Fox, but they didn't crop out this part to help make their point better, because if they would have been paying attention, they would see that right here, this says 14/08/2021. So yeah, there's no month 14. And that's why I put, I didn't know there was a 14th month, but yeah, I don't, I annoy myself like when I can't help but like defend myself. And that's why, Your Twitter shows month first and at the top of tweets. I don't know, but mine's like this one that's in the screenshots, and I didn't take these screenshots. So this was somebody else's Twitter. It was like somebody trying to say I lied about when I started, and then they were trying to talk shit because I was entering contests like everybody does. Like, okay. But anyways, like, so yeah, somebody else took it to try to like call me out, but yet they didn't notice that their point was totally ruined when they left that bottom part there with the 1408. But yeah, mine's like that. My Twitter is also says the day, month, year. It's not backwards. It makes the most sense, says Karina. Guys, I'm not explaining anything. This is not to explain myself. I already did that the other day. What I'm explaining is why it's best not to watch that stuff. That's what I'm talking about. That's why people should not, as a creator, like watch the stuff about yourself, because that's what happens, is that you're ending up like explaining yourself like that. I don't watch any of the stuff. I know XX. I'm like, good night, Dreamcatcher. But guys, I'm gonna probably get off here. And like I was saying, if you're a creator, don't watch that stuff. You gotta just not even look. Don't even listen for a second. Ask people not to send you clips and stuff. And don't send me stuff. I'll say this here. Don't send me stuff that is negative about myself unless, about the one situation I do, but need to. But besides that, I don't care like what this creator or that creator is saying. Everybody's going to always have opinions. Yeah, good night, Dreamcatcher. Thank you, Gina. Yeah, it's good to see you guys too. You have snow, Tracy? You're going to send me an email? Okay, Frank. Isn't Johnson, oh, that's a good point. Isn't Johnson City where you read Candace just moved to? It's the city where that Facebook friend of hers was murdered. Coincidence? That's true. Good observation. I am not freaking observant at all. That is definitely one of my, I've never said I'm a great detective or like I'm good at researching as far as like finding information, but I'm not observant at all. I am the worst. Like, hey, Incam. But yeah, that is a good point. Candace's profile does say that she's in Johnson City, and that is where that lady was found, right? I mean, I'm sure it's just a coincidence, but I would probably. Well, she's been staying with a friend in Johnson City, and her Facebook now says Johnson City. I would say I don't know about that, Roxy. Like, I don't think. Well, we can't. I don't think that you can control how you. I think we can control how we react. You know, we can control how we react to things and what we do, but we can't control others at all. And proving yourself, and like I'm talking to myself too when I'm saying this. It's like a lecture to myself too, like, because I recognize it and I don't want to do that. And it doesn't work anyways. So, this is not to explain myself to anybody. This is showing why you should not watch that stuff. You cannot control it. It does not work on YouTube to prove yourself at all. And definitely don't prove yourself to like people who don't deserve it, you know? I mean, if it was like a subs or people who were supportive and, you know, it's a little bit different. I don't know. You said Candace went to Jefferson City. Johnson City is where the girl. Oh, okay. I can just double check real quick. You're probably right. Oh, that's right. Yes. It's Candace is staying. Well, her Facebook says Jefferson City. So it is a different city. I don't know, Roxy. And I love your name, though. I love the name Roxy, but I think that's debatable whether we can decide if we're happy or sad. I wish it was that easy. You can just make yourself happy or sad, like by choice. If that were true, then I would have never gotten, antidepressant and stuff, I feel like. But you can control how you react to it. You control how, you can control how much you see of it to a degree, because you can purposely not watch certain things. Just like people who don't like certain channels, they can just not watch, We don't like somebody, don't watch them, They trolled you wherever you went. Really, Sassy? It's horrible. I think you were the one that you might have emailed me about that. The fiber art and your name. Your books are awesome and pretty. Aw. I used to not, but I cannot allow myself to think about stuff again as I used to, not be able and have repetitive thoughts. Now I can turn it off. I think binaural beats. I love binaural beats. Wow. Well, it sounds like some people will agree with you, Roxy. I don't know. I don't know. It probably is something that you can mature you can become wise with time and learn how to better control your feelings and stuff. quit commenting and it stopped. Yeah, I'm sorry, Sassy. I'm hearing that that's happening a lot to people in my chat, and it's sad. Straight gamma and delta waves. Binaural beats to me is kind of, I look at binaural beats and stuff like that. It's just like ASMR. And it's like similar, just, I don't know. I love it. It's amazing. You just lay there, you put those, but it's kind of uncomfortable. I like to sleep with, while listening to them, but you need headphones of some kind on, or like earbuds, but it can be a little bit uncomfortable, but that's the best way to do it, because especially with ASMR, it's just, it makes you kind of like escape. And really, for those, especially like those who are ADHD or ADD, which I'm pretty sure I am, is your mind doesn't shut off. If you have trouble with shutting your mind off, like, then you kind of distract it with something else. And when you listen to binaural beats or ASMR or these like sleep stories type thing, it kind of like takes your mind off of it and helps you go to sleep. That's true. Lengthen the emotion. That's very true. The more you wait to react, the better. That's kind of like why, and that's what I was trying to do with that situation with Jenna, like that when we got into it, which we're cool now, we're fine now, but like that's what my intentions were. That's why I didn't mention what had happened, because I was mad and I didn't want to address it at that time. So I was waiting, and that's why I was not mentioning it to anybody. But I was trying to calm down, because I knew if I talked to her or had spoke with her, I would freaking say things I did not mean. I would react, like I would overreact and stuff. But after I calmed down, I'm much more rational, just like anybody. Some people are better at, some people hold grudges forever though. And it seems like they never get over things. But for me, I'm a very forgiving person, and I forgave a lot of stuff that I should have never in my life, but that's just how I am. And I mean, it doesn't mean you ever trust the person again or are friends with them. You just kind of use it as a way to try to have peace in your life, But it doesn't, a lot of times it doesn't work. A lot of people are not, honestly, a lot of times I'm not able to even accept people's apologies, because they never get to that place where they are able to apologize. A lot of people can't apologize. They just don't have it in them. Reiki, no. Been so bad. Lots of family drama right now. I'm on meds. Wow. I'm too very, really, yeah, I don't let things, like, people will be like, why are you talking to that person? Or why did you forgive them? Like, after they did that to you, I would never, all the time people say that. It's like, I don't know. I just get over stuff like really, really easily. I'm not a vindictive person. Like, I don't try to get people back. Like, I want to just usually, move on and move forward. That's just, but there's, people that we're all different. You know, we all deal with things differently. And a lot of people, probably more than most, like, and it's kind of, it can be a good thing and it can be a bad thing. And just like me being too forgiving, it can be a bad thing. Definitely. But just like the other way around, somebody not being forgiving, like they save themselves a lot of heartache in some ways, but they stay angry longer. But yeah, some people are just built that way. They can't get over stuff. Matter of being chemistry and can be changed by your will or prayers. Happiness, I feel happiness is circumstantial, temporary. Joy is a state of mind regardless of temporary events. Yeah. Well, guys, I'm definitely going to go. So Wednesday, we're still having the giveaway. Mods are not going to be included in that giveaway, but I'm having a separate one just for mods Thursday or Friday. So don't worry about that. It will be just as good. So I just don't want to avoid any type of, even though it doesn't help. I don't even know why, but some people are like, I don't know. It doesn't, I don't know. Anyways, don't worry. I'm going to have a separate one for the mods, and that's just how it's going to be. Right, Mike? That's a good advice. That's very good advice. Give yourself time to decide what you are even feeling, and then you look at why you feel that way, and if you've assigned the appropriate emotion to the situation. Exactly. I think that is great advice, because it speaks to me as far as like, that's something I need to know. I can tell, like, sometimes I can tell sometimes, like, there are times like when I get really, I don't know. I just had an incident with like a farm. It was for one of my daughter had a prescription recently. Sorry. And something about the guy like rubbed me the wrong way that answered the phone. Because I had to call and ask him to fill it or something. And I totally freaking was I feel like I should buy the guy like flowers or something and be like, I'm so sorry. He was rude and stuff, but like I didn't react the right way, but I was mad at the time, and we were on the phone. I gave that guy a hard time, and he was definitely rude to me too, but all I can control is myself. I don't like how I treated him. And so I'm one of those people that I feel like I'm going to go over there and I'm going to apologize to him face to face. I know most people wouldn't do that, but I won't feel right unless I do. Most people don't care, but me, like, it bugs me. I don't want to treat somebody, if I can recognize like later on, like if I not reacted right away and just kind of like thought about the situation and how it wasn't really that big a deal. There was an insurance issue, okay? And I was like, fine, I'll pay cash with GoodRx, okay? It wasn't going to be like $20, because the prescription was already late. I had put it off, and so she was almost anyways, I put it off. And then when I called it, be like, hey, you know, fill this prescription. He was saying like there was an insurance issue and he couldn't send it through. And I was like, okay, well, that's fine. I'll just pay cash, put it through GoodRx because it'd be like $20. No, it wasn't a big deal. And he wouldn't do that. He was trying to tell me the system wouldn't let him and stuff like that, but he had a kind of a rude tone and it was just kind of sounded super just rude and just something got to me. And yeah. Me and him had a heated exchange. But I do feel like I need to apologize to him because he actually, I mean, either way, like I just don't like how I was rude to him. And yeah. No matter if he was rude to me or not. Green Eye still call. He was last week. He was calling, but I don't answer him at all. And he was messaging me like, "Where are you at?" So it was actually probably the second day I missed. So it actually it was just a few days ago. Yeah, occasionally, but it's not every day like he was. And actually, he's trying to be nice, but I know not to fall for that again because I've already fell for it. And I kind of talked him out of, I thought, oh, I'll just like be overly nice to the guy. Well, that doesn't work to some of these crazies, okay? It doesn't work. And I mean, it worked for a little bit, but it was only like a few days later that he was back to being crazy again. So I don't know why I try, but I always do that. I'm always try to kill people with kindness. And a lot of people, like, it doesn't. I got a random, I need to go, but for example, and I'm not going to call this person out or, they warned me not to show the messages, which I can show them all I want. I don't know who they think they are, but they basically messaged me so that I showed you guys the emails I got from the person. I did show you that. I covered the name and email and stuff like that, but they were just so ridiculous that I don't know where I never talked to this person. I've only seen their name recently within the last like couple weeks or something. And randomly, I started noticing these horrible comments and stuff this person was making and stuff. Just like, I'm like, I've never seen this person around. Well, they started randomly emailing me, and it wasn't the one that was saying bad things about my daughter, but this person was being incredibly rude, and what they were saying didn't make sense and stuff. And I just replied, like, please never. For a reply, all I replied back to the person was, do not email me back ever again. Okay. Well, they emailed me back and they were like, what is this? Like some type of, I don't know. They just were just a complete asshole to me. Okay. Really rude. And basically said, after I said, don't email me back ever again, they sent that. I showed you guys where they said, I'm blocking this email. I'm like, okay. Thank you. Thanks for blocking it because I never contacted you nor wanted ever to contact you. I emailed you one sentence and now you're going to tell me you're blocking me? Okay. So they supposedly blocked me. And then what did they do the other day? I guess they were searching social media and searching my name and stuff like that for what they could find on me. And they found a LinkedIn profile. So what's this crazy lady do? Messages me on LinkedIn. And I wasn't going to respond, but I did. But I tried to kill her with kindness. I was like real nice to her. And I kind of did call her out on a couple hypocrisies that I saw, but I was nice to her, and I'm like, I've never seen you around except the last couple of weeks, and I was really nice. And basically, yeah, that didn't work. She was real rude in response, and was trying to say that she has more credentials than I ever would have, that she has way more resources than I ever would. She's way more educated, a way more better person than me, just kept going on and on, like how she was threatening me. She's like, I just want you to know, she was like threatening me with lawyers. I'm like, I don't even talk to you, so it doesn't make sense how I don't contact you. I've never mentioned you. Nobody knows. So what are you talking about? You're contacting me. You're hunting me down. You deleted or blocked my email, you say, and then you find me on LinkedIn. How does that make sense? You find me on LinkedIn to message me? Well, they used their real name. Okay. So I had searched the name to see who this person was, and she had YouTube channel that she once had, going talking about her experiences with how she's a medical marijuana advocate and this and that, and she's dealing with cancer and health issues and stuff. And so when I saw that, I was like, well, maybe that's when I responded, the first time, and said to her, like, that's when I was trying to kill her with kindness. I'm like, well, it looks like supposedly she's educated. She seems like a decent person. Maybe I can kill her with kindness and see no. And I said to her, like, because in her first message, it said something about, like, oh, you go to a Christian college while smoking weed or something like that. I'm like, isn't that hypocritical? Like, don't you have a YouTube channel promoting, like, marijuana? And so she immediately deleted all her videos on YouTube, and was like, and she responded, but I said it nice. I didn't mean it. I didn't say it in a rude way, but I was just like, she supposedly was a godly person. And in her video, she said she was a spiritual leader in her community. And I was thought, like, maybe I could talk, like, I thought she was a godly woman. So thought maybe she might be a decent person, and she's supposedly educated, and I don't know. Anyways, yeah, she didn't respond well. Basically, she threatened me, told me, like, you think you can bully people and exploit Summer Wells, which is so funny because, like, that's crazy to me. I don't even haven't been talking about Summer. We talked about her today, but is she my title? Is she tagged? No. And was trying to tell me how much of a more education she had, how much a better person she is. She's this, and she's that, and she has money, and she has this, and she can get a lawyer, take me, and she goes, I just did this to entrap you so I can get information for just the receipts. Okay, so now you're telling me you're entrapping me? You messaged me to entrap me when basically everything I said was, I don't even know if they sent it because I don't watch that channel. But anyways, I was like, okay, so it's just, I tried being nice, but it didn't work. Yeah, that's why I said something to her about being judgmental. I'm like, how are you going to judge me about marijuana? Which, by the way, I don't care if people believe it or not. Like, before I got those edibles that one time, I hadn't used any weed or any drug for years. I don't even drink alcohol. It makes me sick. I used to. I finally learned my lesson with alcohol. Like, waking up hungover all the time. Like, you would think it's so miserable. You'd think you learned your lesson, but it took me a long time. Anyways, I got curious about edibles, and that's why I got them. I'm not stupid, though. I know people are threatening CPS on me and trying to get me in trouble wouldn't it be pretty stupid for me to have marijuana in my system for being in a state that it's not legal yet? Yeah, that's why I don't do it. I don't need it. So I have it. I wouldn't even I mean, of course people aren't gonna believe me and stuff, but yeah, I don't smoke it or anything. I know. You don't consider weed a drug? Well, I know, but it's any way to get me in trouble. Anything that can be. That's why I guess this person was saying that, and but she was threatening me, like saying that like basically she had more resources than me, and that she could, she's not stopping. She's gonna make sure I get off YouTube and this and that. I'm like, oh my gosh, like you're telling me that you were supposedly well, she claimed to be a professor, but that's not really what she was. She was a kind of like an online professor and but like a kind of like a substitute teacher for professors kind of type thing. So she did have education and stuff like that. I'm like, you're telling me it reminds you that people who are, no matter what their standing in society is, no matter if they claim to be like Christians and godly, and if there's psychology professors or whatever, or going through chemo, and you would think that, oh wow, they're going to be very understanding or they're going to be level-headed because they're educated and they have life experience and they're Christian, and no, like a lot of people. That's why we hear all the time people in positions you would never think, like cops and judges and all the, doctors, always, doesn't matter like what class of you come from or what you do for a living. Like there is mentally ill people in all like walks of life. It's not always like the uneducated criminals. But for some reason, we're like programmed to think that, and I am too, I'm guilty of it too, think like, oh, if, they look like their life is like together, but people can look how they want online, and I've seen some pretty crazy people who are in pretty respected jobs, Oh, thank you, Lisa. And if you want to join our members only Discord, just email me and I'll send you the link. My daughter's a university professor and she smokes a lot of weed. Oh, no, looks have nothing to do with it. That education does not equal wisdom. Exactly. Well, Frank, I know some people do consider weed a drug or whatever. I just feel like, to me, alcohol is way worse, way more addicting, way more damaging to families and people's well-beings than weed. But they're both mood-altering substances. They're both technically drugs. But if I was gonna pick one that's less damaging or the least damaging to somebody's life, and overall, on average, it's going to be marijuana. That's average. Now, some people can drink like all the time and still maintain a job and a family and have a balanced life. It just matters. Some people can't. That's why some people are considered addicts and some are not. I think alcohol is one of the worst drugs there are. And that's just like my opinion, because, and the reason why I think that, well, it's so accessible and it's acceptive, or people accept it, and society does. So, and it's hard for somebody who has a problem with it to quit, because it's everywhere and it's legal, and you can go to the bars, or it's totally accepted. Oh, thank you, Breege. But there is people who think, my stepdad thinks that weed is like, he has that whole feeling about weed too, like, oh, it's a drug, and he's real, like, he's ex-military police, so he's very, like, just, I don't know, but he drinks like a fish. Like, you drink, you're thinking, it's like, really? To me, it's hypocritical. You're going to sit there and say that weed is a drug, and people should go to jail for it. You shouldn't have it. Okay. But you drink a fifth of freaking whiskey a night. It's like, come on. Let's not be hypocrites. Say, oh, just because, somebody doesn't do that specific thing, oh, I just drink, or something. That's the mindset. Oh, I just drink. Those people smoke weed, or I'm better than that. Or I just smoke weed. But it all can be damaging to your life. It just depends. Healing herb from God. It's great for depression. It really helped. I used to smoke weed like years ago just because it, made me happy. You haven't been drunk since high school, really? Weed is definitely safer than drinking, but I guess that's an opinion. Alcohol, you feel like crap the next day. Well, some people, like, for some reason, they don't, and those people are the ones that usually end up having alcohol problems. Well, a lot of times they'll start drinking early in the day so that they don't get hungover. But man, last thing I wanted to do is freaking, when I used to drink, last thing I wanted to do was freaking take a drink of alcohol, or when I had it the next morning. Oh my gosh. Just thinking about it makes me sick. You've never been drunk? I would say so. You're right, Frank. That's true. It is usually the pot smoker that talks shit about drinkers. That's true. All right, guys. I am definitely going to go. I keep saying, you know how I am. I've got to go. I just have to say bye and go, because then I'll just stay on, and I'm kind of getting a little bit of headache, and I need to take some Tylenol. And also, I don't like to go on lives longer than I usually have been trying to stay at 3 hours, but definitely don't want to go beyond 6. The second you go beyond 6, you can't edit out anything. Not that I need to edit anything, but like, it seems like anytime, for instance, like when Dawn came on and said the N-word, it's like, great, this video is longer than 6 hours and I can't edit it out. Thanks a lot, Dawn. Seems like all those things always happen when they're really long lives. And then I can't edit them. Then I have to private them, and they're like, oh, what are you hiding? Well, I mean, I accidentally doxed somebody, or, there's been times where I accidentally showed somebody's name, and I can't edit it out because the video is like over 6 hours long. And YouTube won't let you edit anything over 6 hours with their, and unless you want to use some other type of, somehow download it to your computer, which is a pain to figure that out. And then have some kind of program to edit it out and then re-upload it. It's not simple. No, I haven't checked out Delta 8. I don't want anything that's going to make me test dirty is the issue. And some people say that Delta 8 will make you positive for that's my concern, is testing positive for it. Otherwise, I would totally be about it. All right, guys, I will talk to you later. If I'm for some reason not on Tuesday evening, definitely be on Wednesday for the giveaway. You have to be here to win. Month or longer subscribers. 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Mods, I guess we could vote like on Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday. Like on Wednesday night, we could have a vote on whether to have the mod one on Thursday or Friday or something. I don't know. But I'm definitely going to do something for the mods too. So don't worry about that. But yeah, mods aren't going to be. And I can't just like unmod you and then mod you back because, people have to get all technical. Right, Tracy? It's not worth risking it. Oh, yeah, Mama Bird. They're getting along a lot better. They definitely get along a lot better. The cat isn't as scared of Athena anymore. I don't have to, Jen Hoffet. Mods don't have to be here, but I'm sure there will be some here anyways. All right, guys, I'm definitely going. I will talk to you guys later.